little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad! Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new Arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hey Terence.
Hey Julius.
Okay, first of all, thanks for joining me here with Coffee at Bushiroad series.
No problem.
You are the first of all our interviewees. Well, and there's a reason for that. Then that's because I think a lot of people have seen you in a lot of videos as well, especially for Buddy Fight channel, which you frequently appear. Well, along with me. So, and the other reason is because Terence you have been with us for about 9 years now.
Yes.
So I think you're probably one of the veterans, if not like the person with the most experience number of years in Bushiroad right now.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to ask you a bit about the kind of work that you do here with Bushiroad, mainly your current position, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So you are a senior development executive.
Yes, that's
and right. Can you tell us a bit of the things that you have to do as someone in your role?
Okay, not only senior development executive, I'm also a team leader, as you know, for Buddy Fight, and our viewers also know. My job comprises mostly of product management as well as marketing advisory role. So it's like main part of the job is of course products. We can't have a card game without the products going out. So most of it is scheduled around product management, designs, translations, and basically making sure that the product goes out on time.
So I guess as team leader, you kind of have to manage everything and not just the product. Like
Yes.
Developing the product is like one aspect of it.
Yes,
Yeah.
our development mostly central around localization. So
Okay.
Japan has their main product first, then we take the same product and try to localize it for the English-speaking community.
Okay. But so just for the record, localize would mean to translate into English for the international products. Yeah. So could you tell us more about how you would go about localizing a product? Like probably take us briefly through the steps from the very beginning and to the end when it's actually printed.
Well, basically, Japan needs to have their product ready first. Then we just take the designs, the translation, as in the text that they have, and do translations. Okay, then pass it to our designers. Designers put everything into what you see today as a card. Then we take the design, have it sent to the factory. Factory produces everything, including the packaging, such as the pillow pack, which we call pillow because the packs look like a pillow.
And although like you made it sound like very easy, like from translating to printing, I know for a fact that it's not.
You have done some products.
Yeah, I know
before.
for a fact it's not, because you kind of like split into 3 major categories. But I know it's gonna be definitely a lot more work than that.
Yeah, that was just a general description of how it is. But of course, there's many detailed steps along the way.
Definitely. So during the course of your translating and stuff, what do you think is the toughest thing about translating Japanese into English?
Oh, they have a lot of very Japanese-centric puns. Those are the worst things you can come across if your command of the Japanese language is not as good.
What do you mean by that?
They have certain puns or play on words that central around the Japanese culture. So if you were to do a localization, you try to look for something in the English language that is equivalent. You cannot just translate the entire thing as it is. If you do, a lot of players won't get what it's trying to say because they are not that into the Japanese culture. So they will just be, it's just another flavor text. It's just another name.
They might not even get it as or it's supposed to be a joke.
Yes.
Because that cultural difference just doesn't get through
Yes.
to the Western side, I suppose, definitely. So that would be the toughest thing for you as a translator.
That would be one of the most challenging. Toughest is when there's a lot of problems along the way that would cause the release date to derail. Yeah, then you have to do whatever you can to keep this production schedule back on track. Sometimes that's one of the toughest things is meeting deadlines. When everything doesn't go your way. If everything is smooth, it's perfectly fine.
So that would be more on the production side rather than just the translating side now.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of obstacles on the translating side, and then you also have obstacles on the production side. Yeah. So there's a lot of deadlines to meet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's definitely tough, and I can relate to that. Okay. Then what's the most rewarding thing about your work?
Seeing players use your product in a tournament. Major or small. Sometimes you just go to a card shop and people are playing with the cards and you say, hey, that's the latest release. Then you'll be like, oh, are they using? Are they having fun with it?
Okay.
If they are really making a ruckus and just generally having fun, that's the most rewarding thing for a developer.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. I suppose when you go and visit card shops or maybe in tournaments and you see that card on the table and you're like, then it brings you back, to the memories of you translating that, maybe in the office. Oh, I have problems with this certain pun, this certain joke.
Right. Or that card was changed last minute. We had to make all the arrangements just to make it proper by the time the product is released. They go like, oh, I remember that one.
All right. So, okay, maybe you can tell us what's your most memorable product that you have done so far? Like, probably the one that maybe gave you the most trouble, or maybe you had the most fun.
Limited only to Buddy Fight, or because
it could be anything. You have 9 years worth of experience here with Bushiroad, and I understand you do other titles as well, such as Luck and Logic, and I think a bit of Weiss Schwarz as well.
In fact, I've actually handled every single English card game localization up to now.
Oh.
If I didn't start it, I would have participated in it at a certain point in time.
Okay.
In fact, most of the English card games, I think I was one of the starting members when they were doing the localization.
Also, like the first English product for every game, like probably BT01 or TD, the very first series, TD01, BT01, that would be all you.
Yes, except for Luck and Logic. Luck and Logic, I was already team leader by the time that started, so I only checked. I did not actually do the translations or the localization part.
Okay.
But other than that, yes, I started most of the English card games, Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, Buddy Fight. Yeah.
All right.
And after that, once after starting the localization work and maybe the production work, once there are new staff on board, I will train them and then let them control the production. Then I'll move on to other projects, of course.
All right, that's cool.
Right. Okay. So along the way, as you can see, there's a lot of products that I've covered in these past 9 years or so. So you want me to narrow it down to one?
I mean, you can give us a few if you have. Like, this, whatever comes to mind would be your most memorable product.
Now, the most memorable one, I think it's a bit out of the ordinary. It's because it was English Weiss Schwarz, the Attack on Titan set.
Okay.
It was a big challenge for the English card game because the English version released 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay, that's gonna be rare, right? Because usually it's gonna be Japan first, and maybe like 2 weeks or 1 month later, then we release the English version.
If at all, because Weiss Schwarz, we don't have all the titles in the English version. Sometimes it's due to copyright, sometimes it's due to the popularity of the set. Some sets will not sell as well outside of Japan because it's not as well known or as popular. But Attack on Titan, that's a worldwide renowned title.
Yeah.
So at that time, I was given the instructions. English version is going to release 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay.
And it's something that we have never done before for the English version.
Okay. I would say that's memorable.
Any English version. So it's like, what? Really? Was the first reaction.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't say it's impossible, but the logistics of it was that Japan will need to finalize every single data before I can work on any of the components.
Yes.
So the biggest risk of doing something before the Japanese version is that once you have finalized all the data, the factory is printing, if Japan makes any changes to the Japanese set, we will not get it in the English version.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the biggest risk of all.
Okay. So can I ask, why did they do something like this? You know, something so out of the norm. Like, what was the reason behind that?
From what I heard was that Attack on Titan was really popular overseas, so they decided, let's do something phenomenal for this set. The English version will come out before the Japanese one.
Okay, so simply it was just for the fans, like, oh, okay,
Yes.
it's super popular in the Western world as well. Then
Yes.
just get this out earlier than the Japanese version.
Yes, and it's something the fans can brag about in the English community.
Yeah.
Hey, we got ours before the Japanese set.
Yeah. Yeah, because usually it's the other way around.
Yes. So even at this time, sometimes the simultaneous release is going to be quite difficult because of Japan's very short lead time for data, for designs. Overseas, we have a lot of logistics issues, considerations before we can actually send data for print, finalize all the data. So it's going to be a lot tougher.
Okay. So the schedule for this English Attack on Titan, how bad was it? Like how much of a rush were you in, due to this sudden arrangement?
I can only say that for this particular set, it was a good thing at that time I was living in Tokyo, Japan, and working in the main office. Because at any point in time, I had to get up from my seat, run to the Weiss Schwarz team, the Japanese team in the office, and just discuss every single detail. At that time, I think we were 1 floor apart. If I remember correctly, we were 1 floor apart. We were definitely on different floors. My office was, I think, 1 floor higher than the Japanese Weiss Schwarz teams. So at any point I needed anything, it would be leave my seat, run all the way down, iron out all the details, get back to. No, somebody out there will say, why don't you just call downstairs? No, some things you need to iron out in detail and have all the details straight.
Yeah.
Because any single mistake there would cause the entire set to be different from the Japanese one.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So that's one thing. So that's something that's manageable only because you were working in Japan at the time.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
It is going to be very difficult, very challenging if we were to attempt the same thing.
And well, since you mentioned it, I understand you worked in Japan for a number of years. How many years was that?
5 or 6.
5, 6 years.
Yeah.
So 5, 6 years of your years working in, 5, 6 years out of 9 years working in Bushiroad, 5, 6 years was in Japan.
Was in Tokyo, Japan. Yeah.
Tokyo. Wow.
Working out of the main office.
Okay. So I'm a little bit curious. What's the cultural working difference, in Japan and then in Singapore? Like, what's the main difference do you see?
It's more of the working culture, I think, and mostly because Japanese tend to be very polite. So the place is mostly quiet. It's a lot more quiet than any other office than I've seen so far. So and people tend to like to finish their work before they leave the office. So some employees tend to leave like 8, 9 p.m. at night, just because they finish their work and then they prepare for the next day's work.
Okay.
So it's slightly different from overseas, where there are certain companies that, of course, once it's time to knock off, you go home.
So in Japan, a lot of people, they actually like stay up later than usual.
Yes, they normally stay back later just to finish up their work. which is not a bad thing, but sometimes you need time for family.
I guess you kind of like have to balance.
Yeah.
Some days you might have to stay because you have to stay, but maybe other days you can take it easier and then you just take it easier.
Also, just to dispel some rumors out there, that there's actually a rumor out there that says that Japanese companies, you don't leave earlier than your boss. No, that's just a rumor.
Probably from very long time ago.
It might have been a practice maybe long ago, but nowadays not so much.
Okay.
I mean, the boss sometimes leaves earlier than most of the staff because sometimes they have maybe business dinners, business appointments. They need to talk to other companies or have their own appointments. So yeah, it's definitely not that true.
Do you have any kind of tips or advice for people who might want to do translating for a job? Like maybe they want to be a translator as well. Maybe they hope to be working for Bushiroad one day. Do you have any advice for the young ones out there?
Young ones.
Yeah.
If they are young ones, they are still a bit away. But for tips, all I can say is first you must get your Japanese language up to par. For that, you probably have to listen to music, watch shows. If you can, try practicing. If you're in a class, grab your classmates and just practice whatever language it is that you want to practice. Getting better at it is first priority. Then after that, practice a lot, I guess. Listening to music, watching shows, reading books, or even if you're starting out in Japanese, reading manga. That's one of the easiest ways. Go for the lower age mangas like Buddy Fight. We have Koro Comic. Yeah, the Japanese magazine. Just get a copy and just try to read whatever's in there. Then after that, JLPT, the Japanese Language Proficiency Test, pass, or if you can go all the way to level 1, that at least shows your employer that you have the skills.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's absolutely necessary because as with any language, just being able to speak it, write it, it shows that you know the language, and then from people who know the language will know what level of proficiency you are at. So I guess it's just good to really just show it. I can do it.
It's just documentation that you know.
Yeah, because from what I know, I think Terence, you don't have any JLPT at all.
No.
Definitely. And yet, everyone who needs help with Japanese in offices, they just go to you.
Yeah, because if you stay in the country long enough, it becomes natural.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's, I wouldn't say, we wouldn't say JLPT is absolutely necessary, but it's just good to have.
Yes, it's
just to show, because I think people, that's like kind of like official verification that you can do, you have proficiency in this language.
Also depends on your employer. If your employer really requires a proof that you do know the language, but there are companies out there who actually just test your proficiency during the interviews.
Yeah.
Right. So it again depends on the company who's going to hire you.
That's true. Yeah. So Terence tips for everyone is just immerse yourself in the language, in Japanese language if you want to translate Japanese for a living.
Or if you want to translate other languages, just
same thing.
Learn, adapt, be really good at it. At least a normal conversation.
Yeah. And I suppose the kind of things you're translating for matters as well. Like you can be interested in Japanese language, but you also have to be interested in, let's say, the anime and manga culture if that's what you want to translate. Yeah, because if not, you might not get the puns or
references.
A lot of references and connotations that come with a lot of different words.
Right.
Yeah. So I suppose if you want to be working in the industry, I guess you have to be interested in that industry as well.
It's definitely a plus.
Yeah. Because if not, a lot of things you just wouldn't get.
Yeah, it just goes over your head.
Yeah. So thank you so much for sharing all your insights here with us.
No problem.
Thank you. Yeah. Because as one of the longest standing employee of Bushiroad, you definitely have a lot of valuable experience to share with us. So thank you so much for the interview today. And I think I think that's all we have for today.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
Great being here.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, hello Julius.
Hi Fiona. Okay, first of all, good morning and
morning.
thank you so much for.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I can see you're very excited to start, eating the pastries and stuff.
They look very delicious.
Yeah,
So-
but that will have to wait because
Okay, yeah.
first of all, I want to thank you for joining me here on this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, so as I think you understand, this series is just to highlight some of the insights into what Bushiroad staff actually do, to bring the game to the players. Yeah, and you do events, and I'm sure a lot of our audience and our players have seen you around events as well. Not just in Singapore, but in maybe Cardiff, France, or wherever you have been to, because you go around the world to organize events and plan tournaments for everyone.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for that. And you have been with us since August last year.
Yeah.
So I think you are with
1
us
year
about,
plus, yeah.
about 1 year now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us. Yep.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay, so as you can see, I have prepared some snacks and coffee and tea for us. So would you like coffee or would you like some tea?
Some tea, please.
Okay, tea. Well, good news. I have a few different blends.
what's this?
This is English breakfast. Yeah. And then
Too strong.
too strong. Yeah, I like English breakfast. I like strong blends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And this is some kind of fruits infusion.
Yes, this.
Yeah, and you can. You can even listen to the.
No.
This is the one.
This is the one.
Yeah, you can even see like some real berries and.
Yeah, it's a very nice sweet smell.
Yeah, it's very fruity. So this is what you want?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
cool.
please.
All right. But just for the record, the other one is Earl Grey.
No, it's okay. I'll stick to my choice.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna prepare the tea. What made you, interested in joining Bushiroad as like an event planner?
Oh, wow. I guess, first of all, I like attending events. And I guess I also played like Bushiroad games before I joined Bushiroad.
Oh.
Yeah, so I started with Vanguard. And
Okay.
I think I've been playing for about three years now. Yeah, 3 years. So, that's how I knew about Bushiroad. And then I just thought like, I just graduated. I'm looking for a job, but I don't really want to kind of find a normal 9 to 5 job. I kind of just want to try something new. Because I'm still young, right? I'm still young.
we're all young here. We're all young.
Yeah, so I thought like, maybe let me try events. It's something that requires like a lot of like patience, and then you need to like be on the ball most of the time because you have to like solve all the problems as they come. And I guess that's why I was like up for a challenge, and I decided to just try it.
Okay, cool. So
let's.
So some snacks for you. You can help yourself.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think this one is yam. There's yam filling inside. Yeah, and these are scones with some nuts. Yeah, and then this is the red bean pastry.
Oh, what about this?
This one is also similar to a scone, like it has nuts inside. Yeah.
I'll go for the red bean.
Okay, yeah, it's nice. I wanted that.
Too bad.
Okay, so when you're planning events, like, especially in Singapore, do you see like your friends around? So like, do they?
Yeah.
Because I'm sure you have some Vanguard friends.
Oh yes.
So you see them during the event as well.
Yeah, I see them at the events, and it's actually very interesting because how the tables have turned. Like I used to be an event goer, and then now I'm the one organizing. So I think it is quite interesting to see both sides of like the event, like the back end and as an attendee. And what makes me like feel satisfied, right, is when the players kind of enjoy the event, and then especially my friends. Like I also want my friends to enjoy the event. So
Okay.
that's very nice.
Has there been anything interesting that happened between you and now that you're planning Bushiroad events and any of your friends that attended the event? Like, do they ask you like, hey, give me some tips or that kind of stuff, or like close one eye or anything like that?
They do sometimes, but it's all more of like a joke.
Can I have an extra play, man?
That's like no. Then win. Win yourself.
Yeah.
Win yourself a playmat, that kind of thing.
Yeah, if you want to have the top 4 playmat, be in the top 4.
Yeah, be in the top 4. You want an extra PR item, participation item, go travel somewhere else.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, they do ask, but I mean, they also know that it's still my job, so I have to be a professional and not like, give them stuff. It shouldn't be any biasness.
Yeah.
towards players.
And I'm sure, like you say, they're just joking and teasing
Yeah,
you.
definitely.
Okay. So have you been interested in planning for an event before the job? Because you mentioned like you attended a lot of Bushiroad tournaments and events. So at the point of time, do you actually think, it might be good for me to plan an event? Did that occur to you?
I think more like I've attended other events, not even just Bushiroad events. And I just felt like, there are some things that maybe I had some ideas. Maybe this event could have had maybe some special side event or something like that. So I guess when I actually joined a company, Bushiroad did give me the chance to kind of develop these kind of new ideas. And that's when I had space for growth and I get to kind of implement some of the new things in the circuit. So we are kind of trying to change some stuff and hopefully the players enjoy it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That's good because if say Bushiroad doesn't give you the space and autonomy to actually do some new things and improve, you probably wouldn't enjoy the job as much because
It will be very rigid.
Yeah.
But not in Bushiroad.
Yeah,
So that's
correct.
why I really like events.
And because of that, I can see our events changing. I think our numbers for players joining the tournaments have increased as well. So I'm actually very happy for that.
Yeah. It's just mainly thanks to all the players. Actually.
Okay.
It's not really,
Yeah. So, what would you say is the most challenging thing when you're planning for an event?
Most challenging, I think, is on the event day itself. I mean, it's definitely it's the main event, but because you can prepare well ahead of time, you can do all sorts of things. You can imagine all the situations that might happen, and you can have plan A, plan B, plan C all the way. But sometimes things happen, and it's very unexpected. So we just have to keep, be very on the ball and fix any problems as they come.
Okay. Yeah, because no matter how much planning you do, there's
there's no way.
there's no way you can foresee.
There will never be a perfect event.
Yeah, like you want everything to be done at this time. Everything done at the no way.
No way.
So can you tell us what probably one memorable challenge that you had to overcome during any of your events? Yeah, if there is any that particularly sticks in your mind.
I think it's World Finals. I think this year.
In Japan.
Yeah, in Japan. So it was actually my first time being, kind of participating as a organizer in such a big scale event, like World Finals. It's like the biggest event, and then I felt a lot of pressure, and I guess I just felt very alone. And when things really weren't going very well, it was so hard to continue. And my colleagues were actually there to tell me like, hey, everything's gonna be fine. You're just gonna just don't give up. Continue doing what you're doing. Things will be better. So that's kind of heartwarming to me because I realized that I'm not in this alone. I have my team. I have you, you, and that's how I guess I managed to overcome those challenges. Like, I know we could have done better, and that's why I really hope that this year's World Finals will be better. So, cheers to a good World Finals 2019.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and you are going to this coming January's World Final.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I guess I'll see you there.
I'll see you there. See you there. I'll see all the players there.
Yeah. Okay. So, from what I can understand about that is, planning for an event is not just a very physical draining job. It's very emotionally draining as well, like what you mentioned. And what's interesting is that you mentioned you felt very alone. Could you elaborate more on that? Like, why do you feel alone when you're doing that event?
I think because I didn't before this, I find it hard to trust people. I think it's more of a personal thing. So, like sometimes you feel that if you do it alone, things won't go as wrong, because with more people, there are more things that can go wrong. So that was kind of like a barrier, I guess, for me. So it was very hard to let people know, like, hey, I'm struggling with this, can you help me? So I've actually, throughout that, I learned to ask people for help. And I guess that made me grow as a person.
Wow.
So deep. No.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a great story. Yeah, because one wouldn't expect, people to, I guess, like maybe most people, especially if they haven't entered the workforce, they might see work as just work, and they kind of like separate work from life. But I guess work actually is part of your life, and then if you grow in work, you grow professionally, it helps with personal growth as well. Yeah. So I'm very happy that you overcame all those different obstacles. Yeah.
It's just thanks to the people in Bushiroad. They are really very nice. They're very kind. Not like just saying, complimenting everybody. It's just that, they've made me feel very comfortable.
Yeah.
That's why I enjoy like going to work every day.
And I think this aspect of understand building trust with your colleagues and your friends, I think it comes especially strong in your current role with events planning, because there's no way you can run an event by yourself. So I guess you kind of have to learn how to build bonds with all your teammates. Yeah.
Actually, it's not just my teammates. Like, there's a lot of communication between internal and external parties. So we actually have to liaise with like the different officers. We have to liaise with the development team, the design team. We have to work with the marketing team. We have to work with like even mobile as well. And then it's more of like we have to communicate to each different teams, and that takes it's not something that you can run away from. And also like we have to outsource like PR items, like for example like storage boxes or something like that. We need to liaise with other suppliers, so it's a lot of communication.
So it's not just planning, you kind of have to communicate with a lot of different vendors and parties as well. So I guess because I from the designation of events planner, people would think you're just planning events all day long, but that's probably not true, because you have to, like what you said, you have to do a lot of other stuff as well, such as planning, the PR items, contacting vendors. Could you tell us a bit more about the kind of your day-to-day routine when you're not actually planning for an actual event? Like what do you have to do? Probably a lot of emails.
Yes, a lot of emails. And actually we plan like each circuit more than half a year before.
Wow.
So during that time, we actually first have to start like making the logo. We have to decide the format, like is it team league or is it a single kind of format. And then we also need to source for new shioko. As in, we will ask we will ask Nishi Sensei to design a new shioko for each circuit.
For each circuit, right? Yeah. So I guess if players notice, they will notice that each shioko for each circuit is different. Yeah.
Actually, it's not really different. She's just wearing different
clothes. I mean, of course. If her face is different, then she's not Shioko.
Yeah. I think all the Shioko fans out there will notice. So,
I suppose. Yeah.
All the hard work is noticed.
Wow.
And then I guess after that we need to liaise with the development team. We need to start preparing like the PR cards that we want to use for the circuit, like participation. We have the short challenge as well, regional champion, stuff like that. And then I also will start thinking of new PR items that we want to produce, like play mats. We can have storage boxes. We can have dice. Now the new Buddy Fight live counter. And that was something that I really wanted. So I'm very glad to see like from my idea it became like an actual thing.
Yeah. From how it came from your idea and then it materialized into it.
Yeah. It was. I don't know. I feel like a little proud moment
Okay.
when it actually came out and I saw it.
Yeah. Remind me again, has that live counter been given out yet?
Oh yeah.
So how do you feel when you see players taking that, using it in their games and tournaments?
It feels very. I don't know how to. I really don't know how to express my thoughts.
Let me try. Maybe it's like a
yeah, I guess so. It's very nice because like if they like it, it means that I did a good job. Yeah, so I hope they use it more.
Well, I guess a lot of our colleagues like it as well. They're passing over.
Like, wow,
Yeah.
I mean, I like it also.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm sure you will.
I have one on my table.
But I don't have one.
Oh yeah, I'll give you one later.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so just now you mentioned you actually meet some of your friends in events, but I went with you on a BSF 2019 just earlier this year at Cardiff, UK,
Cardiff.
and I noticed it's not just local players. I mean, over there you have, I think it was someone from France, if I'm not wrong. I think a group of people from France, they were coming up to you at the counter and just like, thank you for the tournament or something.
Yeah. Actually, I think there were a few like people from France, people from Italy as well.
Italy.
Yeah, I think because I met them at World Finals, they actually remembered me, and I do remember them also because before that I was actually in charge of like their flights and everything.
Oh.
Yeah, so I personally talked to them, and then they remember me and they're like, hey, saw you at World Finals. Thank you for organizing this, BSF. I really like it. Yeah, it's very nice because most people would kind of like complain about the event, right? But it's nice to see that some people still enjoy the event, and that makes me more motivated to organize better events for them.
I guess once in a while you get the kind of player who comes up to you and just really sincerely thank you for organizing the event, and then amidst the chaos in the event like you described earlier, that can be like a very warm fire in the middle of a winter.
Yes.
It's just like, oh, thank you so much.
All hope is lost. No.
Yeah. So I was quite surprised. Oh wow, they're really nice people over there, and they just come up to you and thank you.
Yeah, they're really nice. Actually, UK was my first time in Europe in general. So it's a very interesting perspective because it's very different from Singapore.
Definitely.
Yeah. It's also very cold. I remember you wearing like a few layers when we were walking outside. Yeah.
It was very, very cold.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess since you have so much experience about attending about the events here in locally in Singapore, as well as tournaments around the world, what would you say is like the cultural difference among the tournaments over there and over here?
I think different countries, they kind of have a different perspective towards tournaments. Like for Singapore, it's more of like, I want to compete. I think they're more competitive, and some like countries outside, of Singapore, they are more. They like events because it brings people together. So some people they like BSF, like Team League, and then some people they like BCS, which is more competitive. So that's why we actually have two different circuits, so we can cater to both different players. And I think I personally like Team League because for me it's more about the friends. But then again, BCS you get a free trip to World Final. So I think it's also a very good incentive to join.
Yeah, I think it's exactly like what you say. BSF caters to people who want to enjoy the game with friends. They join. I think some of them even travel. I think some they were from Italy and then they traveled all the way to UK, Cardiff, with their friends, and then just join, and then they have fun whether they win or they lose. And at the same time, on the other hand, BCS, like what you said, caters to the competitive group. So they're really passionate about the game, and then they want to prove that this deck, maybe it's not the meta deck. They build this deck and they really want to prove themselves. Fiona, what advice would you give to people who might be thinking of becoming an event planner like yourself?
I guess being an event planner requires a lot of, like I said, like they need to be up for a challenge. So because it's always unexpected, you really need to learn how to kind of be calm in the chaotic situation, and then really think what's the best solution that you can come up with at that point of time. So if you're up for a challenge, this is the job for you, you know. I guess the person has to just try their best. Yeah, I think just trying your best at anything and everything. That's already a one step further. Than not just just giving up, stuff like that. Because personally, I actually graduated from a science major.
Oh.
So it's very weird. Like, oh, you're a science student, but I'm doing event planning now.
Yeah.
So people will be like,
Yeah.
At first, I thought like I wasn't cut out for it as well. So I just thought, you know what? I'm not gonna care. I'm just gonna try. And if I fail, maybe I'm just really not cut out for it. And so I just decided to try. And the passion for gaming kind of like spurred me on to give it a shot. And Bushiroad actually came back to me, so I was like quite happy. So that's why I joined. So I think for people who want to join Bushiroad or any company as an event organizer, they just have to, don't think that you cannot do it. As long as you try, you give it your best shot. If you really cannot do it, then there's always other doors open for you. But if you don't try, you won't know.
So for them, so in a nutshell, stay calm, and plan.
Yes.
Okay, so Fiona, I actually do have one final question for you, and that is, do you have anything that you might want to say, to players who have attended our tournaments in the past, or who might be thinking of attending a tournament?
I guess support us, join, participate. Just before, like I said, I was an event goer. I participated in Bushiroad events before, and I thought that it's very nice. BSF, you get to form teams, you get to brainstorm, different ideas, deck ideas, and then you kind of compete together. So sometimes you actually play tests before the event, and it's like boot camp, and that's when they forge a stronger bond, and it's not really about the competition itself. It's more about the friendship. Like, hey, if I won, we won this together, or my teammate carried me. No, I'm just kidding. But that's why I really like BSF, or maybe because I'm not competitive.
Well, I mean, it caters to different players, Actually, you raised a very good point in saying how to get together with friends, and then it's like a boot camp. Because I remember interviewing champions at World Finals. I think it was last year's one, and then all the top three, they said almost the same thing. Like, when I asked them who they want to thank, it's always like their friends who helped them test the decks, gave them advice, or maybe even they had to borrow cards from them because they don't have the cards. So what I saw from there is that I think they're connecting, through our games.
Yes.
And I see something that's very heartwarming and very beautiful. Because I think, especially right now in our society, I think we're just so disconnected with each other because, we are always playing mobile phones. Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, because I use my phone a bit as well, and I play games on it as well. But I think once in a while, coming out, connecting with friends over a couple of games, having some tea, I think that's really nice. And I think that really provided them with the opportunity to do that. Yeah.
I think actually, it's not just meeting up with old friends or connecting. There's also a chance for you to meet new friends. For example, I have two people, I need another team member. You can actually gain friends through games, and I think that's why I really like gaming. It kind of brings people together from different countries, and it just breaks off all the geographical boundaries. Yeah.
Wow, that's a very poetic point. I like that.
But anyway, for those who are scared of joining our tournaments, I don't think you should be scared. We're all like nice people. At least I hope that we are nice people, and just come and say hi. We will be there, right?
Yeah.
So you can just say hi to any one of us. You can make new friends. Just enjoy the game.
Yeah.
So participate. And for those who have kind of supported us through our events. I really thank them for supporting us and continuing to support us throughout all our events, participating and stuff like that. It really makes me feel like there's a purpose. My job has a purpose. If you want to bring it even further, my life has a purpose.
Let's not go there.
Just
Okay. So you said something about making friends through events. I just want to add on to the point. Just before we end the entire thing is, because when I attended, I think BCS Singapore, I think last year. I think some people, they came alone or they came with two friends or just one friend because they don't have enough, and then they look for a new teammate at the event itself. Like what you say, I think that's a great way to meet someone new. I mean, if you can't get a team, then fine, you can just go for the side events and stuff. But if you happen to find someone who's looking for a group as well, then you have one good friend, and you never know what sparks off from there.
May become a very good, strong friendship in the end.
Exactly.
And it's through card games.
Yeah.
Who knew, right?
Yeah. And I think that's nice and beautiful.
Yeah, I think that's the essence of gaming.
Gaming, yeah. Competitive at the same time. There's a way for you to make friends. Yeah, it's like a frenemy. Your rival. So. At the same time, you're as friends.
I think that's only because as a card game, you require two people to kind of interact with each other. It's not like some kind of single player game.
Yeah, it's not solitaire. Yeah. All right. So I think it's a great interview. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having me here.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Yeah. Let's have more tea.
Yes.
Yes, more
coffee.
tea, more tea.
Coffee at Bushiroad, and so far none has picked coffee.
Hello everyone. We are back for day 2 of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 AO Region Top 8. Guys, are you excited?
Yes. Very, very excited. What about you, Amma?
I woke up just for this.
Okay, that is beautiful. All right. It's been a long day yesterday, but the day is still going, right? In NA, they're still having their final round. Okay, that's a huge tournament. But today we're going to crown... For us, we're going to crown the V Premium Champion. So we got it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time, all right? Let's kind of look at the format and the schedule and the prize what they're fighting for, right? So right now it is V Premium. Yesterday we had the Swiss, went for the whole day, and then today top 8. And let's go for it. Let's take a look at the schedule as well. What is coming up soon? Mark, can you take it for us?
Oh, definitely. Thank you, Kai. So now we had an action-packed week 1 last week, whereby we crowned the premium champion, right? We had a lot of fun. The Swiss was a bit long. We've seen a lot of Grand Blues, a lot of Highlanders. It was fun. But this week, week number 2, after the turmoils, of Swiss round yesterday, the battles, the tears, the blood, we are now in the top 8. We are, like Kai, you just mentioned just now, we are going to be crowning our first ever V Premium Champion for BRO.
That's right.
But the action isn't gonna end just for today, ladies and gentlemen, because we still have week 3 for all of you, which is the Vanguard Standard Overdress. So just clear out your schedules. It's the first week of the New Year's. You want to join us on January 8th for the Swiss round, and also support us on January 9th for the top 8. So where we will be crowning the first ever Vanguard Standard BRO champion. The bro champion there. But of course, not just Vanguard. Week number 4, we got Weiss Schwarz. A lot of people are looking forward to the new packs right here. January 15, you guys will have a chance to use them in the Swiss round. January 16, we will be having the top cut, where we will be crowning the first ever BRO Weiss Schwarz champion. All of it in itself are amazing, but what do we get for joining all of them? Leon, what are the prizes that we can see actually?
Okay, for today's prizes for the V Premium, what our current top 8 is going to be fighting for is 4th place for certificate, third place for the Hot Stem Chrono Jet Dragon, as well as a booster display for the upcoming Clan Collection Volume 3, which will be released in March. Then the second place will get 2 Hot Stem Chrono Jet Dragon, as well as the Clan Collection as well. Lastly, first place will be a playset, which is 4 copies of the said Chrono Jet Dragon Hot Stem, with 1 booster display and 1 certificate. These are amazing prizes, and none of these players are gonna back down for this Hot Stem Chrono Jet. Like, who doesn't love Chrono Jet? Don't you guys love Chrono Jet Dragons?
Honestly, people are joining this tournament just for Chrono Jet. No matter how many copies they want to get, you know, if you make first, you have a whole playset. If you come second, you know, go find the other people who won some promos as well, and try and grab it off them, right? So
I know, right? Become card hunters.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's insanely playable as well. Gear Chronicle, one of the stronger decks out there as well right now. So
indeed, and it's such a good looking card. So definitely, fighting for it is definitely worth it.
Spicy.
Yep.
Spicy indeed.
That's right.
Okay, so now moving on. I guess we should have a look at the bracket for the day.
Yeah, let's see who is fighting through. So from the top, we have Mizuzuna Kaori playing Andre Lee. Kaori's from Vietnam, Andre's from Singapore. Then next we've got Kevin Cho. He top 8'd last week at Premium as well. He's from the United States, and he's playing Man Long from Hong Kong. Okay. And then in the middle there we've got Karan Patel from the USA. He actually won EU Premium last week, so he's on a streak. He wants to make sure he gets all the tops, right? And he's facing he's facing GGs from Singapore. And then lastly we've got Sabrier from Canada, and he was showing off some pretty intense Grand Blue games yesterday, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but then he's actually against 0-3-1-5, and another interesting deck from the Philippines. That one's playing Murakumo.
Yes.
That's a weird matchup, you know. It's a weird matchup. We can kind of take a look at the decks that we're playing, just go through it more carefully from the tops. But what do you think, guys? What do you think? We had today for us. We have four Bermuda Triangle, 2 Shadow Paladin, 1 Grand Blue, and 1 Murakumo. Right? That's it's pretty interesting, yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a interesting lineup of fighters. It's pretty weird. Like the top half is on the Bermuda Triangle, and the lower half is like a mix here and there. So it's hard to say who is actually going to be on top. Plus, I'm actually quite happy to see that there is a good sprinkle of everybody from around the world. Don't you guys think so? It's like this is like a global thing. Even though we say it's AO, but at the same time, like everyone from everywhere can be part of this thing, and then we get to crown who's the top champion for today.
Yeah, everywhere except from the European region. What's happening with that?
What's happening there?
I just noticed that it's all from AO in the United States and America. So, wow.
We're gonna skip that. Yeah, we're gonna skip the region there.
What
happened, guys?
It's okay. You know, EU has their own region as well, but and I think they've also got a really interesting top. I think everywhere has pretty interesting tops based on what. So I think the most interesting part here is that they're well, we'll see. We'll talk about it later, I guess. The things that didn't pop up here. Let's jump into the decks, right? First, we have Mizuzuna Kaori's deck, and he's playing
Highlander.
Yeah, but I think the AO region, at least for their prisms, have been very strange, right? We've seen normal prism, we've seen a slightly optimized prism, and then we have Highlander prism, right? Amar, what do you think of the Highlander prism build?
Well, we've been seeing a lot of prisms, yesterday during the Swiss rounds, and what can I say? AO region, they bring that ingenuity and creativeness in all of their so-called Highlander build. Even we saw Andre Lee's yesterday, it's a semi-Highlander, and when you look into Mizuzuna Kaori's Highlander here, you see, I want to say it's stable at one moment, but then there are some spicy techs inside this deck.
I'm just actually looking at the list here, right? So I think Kaori's actually playing the standard one, but Andre's playing the Highlander one.
The semi-Highlander.
Yeah, so actually Kaori's got a very stable, much more like stable build. But this is the one that we're seeing here, is the Highlander one. So I think it'll be very interesting to see how these two match up, right?
Well, the uniqueness is the Anj, the Anj in Andre's deck, the Nectaria. You can see the Coutier is coming in as well, and you rarely see that in a Prism Highlander deck in in a standard, in the standard Prism deck in V Premium. He's running 3. He's running 3 Coutiers.
Yeah, I know. Coutier is just, her popularity has really shot up. Even in like any format that she seems to be playable in, some players have managed to fit her in, right?
But we only want Liz-a-Lot. Andre Lee's definitely going for the Highlander build right here.
Yeah.
Just one Liz-a-Lot.
Yeah. Let's go take a look at Kevin Cho's one as well. His one is a way more standard list, much more standard. The new tech that we're seeing here is the Spianas. We might have saw some Spianas last time, right? Just it's kind of nice, get a counter charge. But now, because of the Heal Guardians being level grade 3s, the Spiana has way more utility. And when you throw down a card in Prisms, right, you can just scoop that back up with Vert's effect. So it's not. Yeah, it's not bad.
It's just called Prism. It's just it's just called Prism.
Yeah, simplicity is the best, But I think this one just does one job and does it very well. So it'll be interesting to see how it matches against the other decks out there. But let's take a look at who Kevin is actually fighting against. Manlong from Hong Kong, and I think we're seeing something that was kind of.
There we go. Yeah.
There we go.
It's
Highlander.
That's right.
The Prism Highlander.
Right. I think one thing here is that we see that he's running Highlander. I think that some of the Singaporean builds went much more aggressive with their combos in that they're including the Pearl Sisters as well. Definitely. But the Pearl Sisters of Lupino is just pretty good, right? When you think about it. Wow, big damage, restanding as well. But here, Manlong's playing Lupina, but no Pearl Sisters, so kind of just less ceiling, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe what Manlong was thinking with the deck building right here is because just playing one off of Pearl Sisters inside the deck might be a bit too bricky, because you need both sisters to activate the effect.
So maybe he wants to avoid the inconsistency. Because it's so part specific, so he wants to avoid that kind of stuff.
Wanna go a Highlander, but I don't wanna go too much of a Highlander. I don't wanna take that high road too much. Let's just go. Let's just go to the middle road right
midway, midpoint, and then.
Let's go to the midpoint here.
Yeah. Next, let's look at Karan's list. All right, Karan, he's repping Shadow Paladin. He loves Luad. Luad is his favorite. And we can see his build. His build is actually. I actually kind of like this build.
Yeah.
Super consistent, right?
Super consistent.
No bats. Just, 4 of the knees, right? 4 Brandwin. I want to hit grade 3. Right? I want to hit grade 3. I don't want to just brick and not be able to play the game. I'll hit my grade 2s. That's why I'm running maxed out knees. And, eventually I'm going to just scale better than Prisms and beat them without needing that many multi-attacks, all right? Any thoughts, guys?
Well, I have to say his build is it's quite. Looking at 7 grade 2s, personally, to me, 7 grade 2s is kind of risky. You're very likely to run into misgrading problems. But he's really focused on trying to get all his grade 1s and power up his entire deck so that he can focus on his play. He's very good at what he does when he gets there, so long it doesn't have any misgrading issues. But overall it's quite stable and it's quite foolproof.
Cool. Yeah, it's cool. Let's look at GG's Shadow Paladin then, who's facing Karan. Pretty interesting. There's some slight differences here. We have, he's running
Dead Armor Dragon.
Yeah, Dead Armor is the big one. But he's actually also running the ratios are slightly different. He's running 8 grade 2s, but 7 grade 3s.
7 grade 3s.
Now we talked about how 7 grade 2s is a bit annoying because if you miss, you feel bad, right? But one annoying thing is that 3 drag driver, I find personally, is very annoying because you have to actively soul charge it out. If one goes to damage, you have to be extremely careful that you can actually stride the next turn. So personally, I like to go 4. And again, we do see this Dead Armor Dragon that the other decks aren't playing. What do you guys, any thoughts on this Dead Armor Dragon?
Would have come in clutch, I believe. Sometimes you're just loving that. The Soul Blast capacity from Dead Armor Dragon means that you can actually Soul Blast out a Drag Driver. I mean, that's just one of the things that you can do with it. But of course, forcing your opponent to have an imposition on guarding, where they need to call 2 or more cards at the same time during that battle. I'm seeing this more of a tech card, if anything.
Much like Amar said, because having a guard restriction at the right time will always be very, very helpful. Especially it's a great one, so it still contribute to the play of Luat. Nevertheless, whether it comes out a bit earlier or it comes out a bit later, either way, I find this card can actually make or break the match simply because of the guard restriction.
Well, One Piece,
One Piece,
coming in.
Yeah, you get it.
I personally think the thing that might swing things in the favor of GG's here is the fact that he's actually running 4 original heals, right?
That's one of the things.
Yeah, that extra shield really does come in handy because again, right, extra shield is good, but 20k shield is usually very hard to come by. At least with Luwad, you can intercept, right, 2 10s with deck crimps, but
deck crimps is here as well. Yeah,
Luwad can retire, so you can get rid of deck crimps to stop that funny business. But later on, that 20k will be the difference between 1 card guarding some things and 2 card guarding some things. So I think that's pretty interesting. Of course, if you're not running heal guardians, you can't. It's a bit more difficult to stop the rush. But let's see if Karan will actually rush, because although you have Leofall, that doesn't really constitute like an insane rush, right? Nothing too crazy. So I think we'll just go to the late game, and the old heals might work better. Let's take a look at Sabriai. All right, next one, we've got Grand Blue. We've seen this one. Do a lot of work,
Navigator.
Right?
Navigator.
This day is still insane.
Yeah, I think
performed yesterday.
I think the Navigators really push this Grand Blue deck better than a lot of people who just aren't running Navigators. It's sure, right? New cards, lower milling, right? So you don't deck out as much, but milling is power, right? Low deck is power. Big drop zone is power in Grand Blue.
Is power. Yeah.
And the sooner you get to that, it is quite literally power, because your Skull Dragons get so much power, it is very hard to guard at certain points. So I think the Navigator is the big differential here, and I think we saw it in action yesterday, right?
Not just that, he is willing to give up his defenses by playing only 2 perfect guards in his entire deck.
Yeah.
So he's not planning on sitting there and defend. He's like, if I'm gonna go out, I'm going to go out on my terms by decking myself out. But during that process, I make sure I take you down first, that kind of play. With how aggressively he plays yesterday.
Yeah, he's got the 2 perfect guard. He's got two of the 30k shields. Then it's nice that like Night Rose and you're a Protect clan, so you get perfect guards. But just being able to just push damage, right? Push damage is very important. And he's also gonna have something special where he's running 3 heal guardians, but 1 of the old ghosty heals. So it's just it's kind of an interesting split, and I think it's just been working well for him. Yeah, and then let's look at the last deck, 0-3-1-5. This is who will be fighting Sabriai, and this one is that Murakumo deck.
Yes, I've been keeping a close eye on this deck since yesterday, Kai, and I'm loving it, more and more as I'm seeing it. We've seen the EU regions Murakumo, we've seen the NA regions Murakumo. I have to say, this is the version of Murakumo that I would endorse. You're playing fronts, you're playing Shirayuki, you're playing all of the Shadow Stitches components, whereby I believe Zero, they got something here. They got something here that they're seeing that, okay, everyone is running the Heal Guardians, it's not gonna be impactful for us to be rushing early, but who cares? I'm running all of these units that if the attack doesn't hit, I'm gonna punish you for it. I'm gonna be buffing up my field, and then my Yasui is gonna come out, and it's just gonna wreck. Yeah.
Yes, Yasui will be Yasui. Just as the name implies, why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
I think these matchups are slightly unfortunate, though. If you want to look at the bracket, right, we have all the prisms fighting each other, and then all the shadow paladins are fighting each other, and then finally we have the Murakumo versus the Grand Blue, which is technically a terrible matchup for Grand Blue.
Considering how like chances are his hand will be pretty low and he's gonna get into a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Well, it's just especially if Murakumo goes first, it just feels very, very good for the Murakumo. He gets to push early, and honestly, unless Sabre can come up with a big counterattack with like just, I guess, his Skull Dragons, right, and accelerate his drop zone, it might be a very, very quick game.
Very quick game, because the Shirayuki first right is going to nullify any heal guardians that you might have, you know. But we gotta see who's going first, you know. If Zero is going first, definitely we're gonna be seeing that Shirayuki output. But it all depends on, you know, the luck of the draw. Or Lady Luck in this sense. So we're seeing here, I believe Zero is starting.
Oh, just as we were talking about it, right? Oh no.
Oh wow, that's not.
That's not pretty for Samurai.
But it's hard to say at this point, right? Because anything can happen, anything goes. Just like what we saw with yesterday's fights.
Well, because the thing about it is that riding into the Great Tree wouldn't be a problem for Zero. You know, Murakumo is one of those rare decks that are playing like 15 to 16 Great Trees. You have a lot of choices here, but definitely you want to be riding onto the right Yasui. Going into the Yasui Tenma might be, you know, pushing it a little bit here. Riding that Nudo, definitely not what you want. You know, the perfect ride that you're looking for as Zero right now is definitely the Shirayuki. But in any case, we're looking into how Sabre is going to be defending right here. We can speculate a lot of things, but you know, it's all moot here if the Hill Guardian isn't even going to be coming into Sabre.
That's that.
Well, yeah, you see the quick shield right there. Looking into it, wow, that is actually quite a stack, yeah, of protect markers.
I think it's just a sleeve. It looks like triple sleeve and stuff.
It's like a lot, you know. It's like a deck in itself.
Yes.
So, yeah, all right. So riding that sea strolling Banshee right there. So the fun stuff about Grand Blue is that, you know, you don't really lose units when you're riding onto them. You know, slowly but surely, you know, Beatrice is going to be soul blasting it out for her own cause, and then you can see them making an appearance right then and there. But so far, you know, Sabre is just setting it up. Yeah, that Beatrice is going into the drop zone right there. So the optimal play is, of course, is going into Colombard after this and trying to ensure that you have as many of your key components, in your drop zone as possible.
I think the key important part here is if Sabre can get his Navigator. And I think
there it is.
The engine has begun.
You only need one. And all right, so yeah, okay, beautiful mill so far. All right, even more beautiful. Okay,
all right. There's the one heal, but you know, 1 out of 5 is not bad.
That's not that. Yeah.
Can we expect some crits coming?
Usually the case,
how
right?
Clean is this?
when you see like clean mills, you expect a trigger immediately come after.
Well, in itself, that 20k shield in the drop zone, you know, there we go.
Yeah, but you know, Zero not taking any chances.
Not taking any chances right there. Yeah. Well, in itself, you can tell from how Sabre is playing it, that 20k shield is going to come in clutch later. You can get it back with Great Shade. You know, it is kind of making you tanky, but in itself, you're going second. You know, what you like to see right now is a Hill Guardian popping off instead. Get it back, get it back. You know, I want to reduce the damage that I'm gonna be getting when you go for that first axle attack.
I mean, we're seeing the Owazu come down. And we might see some kind of play on Zero's side to take advantage of the fact that he's going first.
That's the thing about Murakumo. So what's unique again about this build, which is also a different variant? Yeah, what we normally see from Hyuga is that you're missing out on the rats, you're missing out on the tigers. Yeah, so there's no such thing as field spamming anymore. The shadow stitches rely more on the components in your hand, but once you get them, that's where the engine starts rolling, right? Even at grade 2, the engine can start rolling. Attack doesn't hit. I'm gonna do something here. This then and there, I'm gonna do something. And what you'll be looking at for as silhouette is actually your Lady Violetta right here. You want to put down that navigator back into the bottom of the deck as fast as possible. It's kind of a pesky card that you don't want to see.
1 damage is taken on Sabre's side, and
And that's about it.
It's fine.
It's fine.
So he just has to make sure he doesn't take too much damage now, because next turn is basically gonna be the big turn, right?
So you're seeing the Columbard right there, beautiful. So probably a ghost ship right there. Would have thought looking for that Jessie, unless Jessie is already in hand. The dangers of playing one pieces inside the deck is that you run the risk of it being stuck in the damage zone. Put that in too long, you can't really do much. But alright, I'm liking it so far. Ghost ship definitely a way for you to hit that big power and then buff up your hand at the end of the turn.
Yeah, it works really well as a defensive, as an offensive and defensive card. But especially at this time, currently against this kind of opponent, he wants to be really, really careful.
So you're seeing the Beatrice coming out early, yeah? But right there, this is just nasty, yeah, for a Samurai. It's just like stating out, I don't really care if you're going to be rushing me. Hey, I can do the same as well. But it seems that there's going to be some turnovers right there, yeah?
I mean, Sabre doing the calculations, got the Columbard out, getting the ghost ship, and navigating again.
All right.
And this is exactly what you want to do when you're Grand Blue. Make some threats.
Beautiful, and beautiful.
Oh my god! No triggers.
This is exactly what you want to do as Grand Blue. Make big threats at the front, because that ghost ship is going to be massive. The Columbard is 9k, but it's a Vanguard attack, so that should be fine. But he's already going to use a bone to get back a card. So he's going to make a tri-lane threat right here with 2 ghost ships. So 2 24k beaters and a 9k Vanguard. This is the easiest attack that can be guarded on Zero side. And he immediately...
the Heal Guardian.
Heal Guardian coming in. Yeah, that's very good.
Yeah. Trigger? No trigger.
No trigger.
Compression is a lie.
Compression is a definite lie.
But here we have Sabre hitting for 24. So these are still hitting for 10k guards. And he needs... Ooh, is that just another trigger?
No, it's a blank.
That's a blank. Lady
Okay,
silhouette right there.
And then another 24 in. This should be just a 1-card guard, but Zero just takes it.
That is a front right there.
Yeah.
So currently Zero sitting on 2.
Yeah, getting two draws off that. So it's looking pretty nice. Game plan for Sabre going all under control, all according to plan. But now it's time for Zero to start ruining the plan a bit with Yasuie's skills. Now, Amar, what kind of skills does Yasue have that might kind of put a spanner in this kind of engine, right?
If you're looking into how they can actually negate the feel of Sabrai, or what's going to be coming out from the drop zone, not so much. But the thing about playing this the revelation form of Yasui is that you're able to buff up your own feel. You're playing fronts. The key point that we're looking at here, playing as Zero, is that you're not looking into what your opponent can do, rather what I can do, and then how I can actually boost my own hand size, my own field size as much as possible, without the consideration of of the incoming attacks coming in from Sabrai in the next turn. Whatever that's gonna happen is gonna happen. But with Yasui, I'm just gonna be attacking. I'm just gonna go for that multiple attacks. I'm just gonna be stacking that fronts. I'm just gonna be pushing as many damage as possible here. possibly going for that OTK.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite interesting that with Murakumo, the counterblasts, the requirement to use counterblasts, right, is just to generate a field. But if you have a field that is ready to go, the aggression that you can do does not require counterblasts, right?
Nope.
You look at Yasue's skill, the re-ride is just a discard too.
Discard 2, yep.
Yeah, so you can't stop the re-ride if they really want to do it, right? And that is the power of going first with Yasue. You just kind of ignore what your opponent's doing and just go in. Yeah.
Mm.
And the additional power from Tenma is a welcoming sight. Yeah, and again, in some form, it does have like a field disruption. You know, at the end of the battle, you know, you can actually just kind of retire. You know, you put Tenma into the drop zone, and then you choose on your opponent's rear guard, and then you put it at the bottom of the deck, and you know, you can say goodbye to Navigator, or you can even say goodbye to Bone. You know, if you think that it's a pesky unit right there.
And even when Tenma is on the rear guard, though we don't see it now, it can actually just snipe out like the Navigator, like bottom deck it, just to kind of slow down the milling on Sabre's side. I mean, Sabre had like 2 turns of mill, but you know, we've seen him, he wants to go very, very low, right?
As low as possible, so that you know that Skull Dragon is going to be hitting more than 40k.
Yeah.
But at this point of time right now, you're seeing, you know, Zero is taking out a lot of the rainy madams, yeah?
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, I'm not seeing Shirayuki inside the drop zone. Or did I just miss that?
Yeah, there's none there. But it's... Maybe he's got a plan?
Man's got a plan, that's right, yeah.
Discard 2 is could turn into something, I guess.
Definitely. So all of the units on the field right now, they are in a way it is that pseudo shadow stitches, yeah. And the double one-eyed Nudo there, I am loving it. You know, the man's thinking about the next turn as well. You know, this is not just I'm gonna go aggressive. I'm not gonna be thinking about things, but yeah, gonna be buffing my hand, gonna be buffing my soul at the same time. You know, come what may.
Yeah, he immediately attacks the Raining Madan first. You want to get that value in before you maybe get a Shirayuki from your drop zone.
Alright.
Sabre is prepared. Heal Guardian comes down. Extra 10k to the Vanguard. That's a bit tough for Zero, you know?
Yep.
Like, I mean, we've said before, Yasue is one of those decks that kind of gets stuck. You know, or get stopped by just one trigger on your opponent's side.
That's the Shirayuki.
Yeah.
You discarded it just now. All
yeah,
right,
but you know, nowadays, you know, Heal Guardians just come in with a built-in trigger for your Vanguard. So, you know, in a way, you could say it's easier to stop.
It's easier to stop, but not completely. However, if Zero doesn't at least pushes his opponent to draw more hand this turn, he could be in trouble next turn because his hand size is looking pretty low. And by the end of this entire turn, he might not get back enough to deal with the Skull Dragon that might just appear immediately on Sabre's right up turn.
Yep, and it's definitely fine. You know, the Takehime lane is definitely vying for a Shadow Stitch component right there. And yeah, so we're going to be seeing a Yasui Tenma, possibly.
Yeah, let's see if he does the rewrite. His triggers there were not very good.
Yeah.
The biggest problem here is if Sabre sets up those Skull Dragons, right, he can just start punching through because we're seeing not a lot of guard from Zero's hand. It's just the hand is nearly non-existent. He's going to get, I think he's going to get two more draws from the one I Nudo, right?
Yep. All right, yes, we see the Tenma coming in. Beautiful.
But even with the draws from the Nudo, and
it's
like
not gonna be enough.
It's not
gonna be enough.
Yeah, he got his Shiryukis as well, but you know, Grand Blue has a built-in way on getting around damage.
Yep.
Or power decreases because everything just dies.
Yep. When we saw the Cyril going into the drop zone from Sabre's side there, and then you know from the previous stream, yeah, Cyril boosting the Night Rose Vanguard. You know, you love to see that. You know, you bypass any power disruption that the opponent might have.
Yeah, and let's be real. Minus on the Shiriki on a Skull Dragon that's swinging in for 70k. The difference not going to be much difference. right?
Well, it could be life or death. It could be life or death. All right, so
It
we saw
could be that as well.
the drive check was with, I believe it was another Yasui. All right, so damage coming in into Sabriye, no defensives just yet. So I believe that this is still hitting. It's a 19k right there.
Yeah, and I mean,
final attack.
Sabre could take this if he's not afraid. It's just the next turn for him is going to be very, very scary because when you're at high damage and you can't get those triggers anymore, everything from Yasue is just really threatening. But looks like
That's it. that is the attack.
maybe it doesn't hit. Yeah.
But I managed to draw back to a really decent hand size for a defensive turn. But what's coming, we all know what's coming. So
That's right. The Night Rose has come. Goes for Protect 1. All right. I think it'd be a bit weird to go Protect 2. Simply because there's
If you're going for Protect 2, that's kind of sus.
Yeah, the mill comes in now. Let's take a look at how good his compression is after this. Empty. Blanks. Oh, that's something.
That's the null guard right
That's
there.
nothing.
That's Jesse, and that's the heal.
So two out of 3, not the end of the world.
Yep.
and considering what he has been milling,
Yeah, it's not crits.
They're not crits. That means the crits will come, right?
yep.
Soul Blast for the Beatrice. And what does he get? I think a ship or a Skull Dragon would be pretty good here.
Either way, it's gonna be big. It's gonna be a column bar there. Is it, or is it a ship?
I think it looks like a ship.
It looks like a ship. It
Yeah,
might
it's a
be
ship.
It is a ship.
And then
It's
I think he's
prepping up.
gonna. Is it a bone? Yeah.
Bone, yep. Yeah,
Gets-
pesky card. Yeah, just gonna go there. The Skull Dragon's
Here
gonna
comes the Skull Dragon. Here comes the pain.
You hate
That's
to
right.
see it. Yeah, you hate to see that happening right there. And then yes, the Cyril making an appearance behind Night Rose, yeah? Ensuring that any defensive is gonna be moot. You still need a 15k shield at least, yeah? For a 1-2 pass.
Yeah.
It's all
I
set
mean-
up. I can't say much here. Surprise field is all set up. The field, the drop zone.
It's just, I think we've seen this setup before. From Samurai, putting the
Yeah.
side on the back. When a Vanguard attacks, it has the potential to get criticals, and the worst case scenario is you get like crit power kind of thing to something else. So you're just taking damage, but the power is also making something else very big, and it's not a good place to be. So you want to guard the Vanguard, but then at the
Yeah.
same time, right?
High
it's
cost.
Very high cost. Yeah.
It's high cost. Because that is the usual tactic that when you're fighting against a Grand Blue, it's either you no guard or null the Skull Dragons, but usually you try to guard the Vanguard as much as possible. I mean, 22k, that's not threatening at all. But now that booster in itself, is 18k.
That's right.
Minimum.
That's right. And maybe you could say usually the Vanguard attack is kind of easy to guard, right? Because it hits 22, and then with the booster it hits like that 35 number.
It's going for the 45.
Yeah, this one is definitely not that easy. This is not like just a straight up threw down one card, 130k to guard. This one is like a null,
double
or like you
Shura.
threw three big triggers, kind of thing.
Zero just threw down double Shirayuki.
Yeah.
So Vanguard is now at negative. Not
Yeah,
bad.
this one is, but with the booster though, right? Vanguard Vanguard's pretty good.
So it's still hitting, yeah. In itself, the Vanguard was, I believe, it was at negative 12, yeah, at one point.
Yeah, but thanks to Cyril, it's all good.
Cyril's going to be boosting at about 18 if using Night Rose ability. That's going to be 23.
Yeah.
So it's a Wow, yeah, it still hits. Wow,
It still hits,
22.
yeah.
It still hits.
Exactly. That's the thing.
That hurts. It's just going to the original power of Nitros.
Yeah. and what can Zero do here, you know? Because you've got 2 Skull Dragons coming at you. If you have one perfect guard, maybe this is good, but you're banking it down all to just 1 critical trigger.
1 critical to end the game, and you're on 4 hands.
Yeah.
And then that one of them is Yasui, which he already. Oh, that is
Another
the third Shirayuki.
Another one. I mean, I guess we haven't really talked much on how strong the soul generation for Yasui is, but it's pretty good.
This is a 2-2 pass on the Vanguard side there.
And a crit comes out. This could spell game, because can he guard the second Skull Dragon? You need a perfect guard, and if he does, he'll just have no cards in his hand.
Yep, and the field is looking okay, but then that means that you know the chances of you pulling off a perfect Yasui play is not coming.
Yeah, it's not happening. Now a heal can save him though.
Yeah,
Yes.
Just one heal saves him anywhere, because he's out.
Well, we kind of saw 2 of them, 3 of them coming out already.
Yeah, that's the scary part.
Yes.
And
all right, so yeah, the intensity, you can, we're holding our breaths here, guys. We're just seeing.
Oh, you took the damage.
Oh, it is a
draw. The draw could change it.
Yeah, the draw could possibly.
But this one comes in with the crit.
Is this a home run?
Is he just staring down the barrel here? Yeah, he is.
Yep. Let's check.
One.
It's a heel.
Oh no. This one.
Take a check.
It's a front.
Front.
Wow, that was an insanely quick game.
Yeah.
I mean,
it was all changed because Sabra managed to get one of these Hill Guardians going off. And that really put Zero stop right there because he couldn't rush him in.
Yeah, like, I mean, we thought it was going to be quite favored for the Yasui side. Because he's just, you want to go fast, but when you go that fast, you're
crashing and burning.
You don't have the resources, and I think it just comes to show how powerful Heal Guardians are right now. Back then this would have been a super effective rush. Sabre would have had to drop even more cards down just to kind of guard and be in a safe place. But now Heal Guardians kind of just stop that aggression all in its tracks, and at the same time let you just you get to utilize your grade 3 game of Grand Blue and just punish your opponent for kind of overexerting, right?
But in itself, looking into the defensive side of things, Zero played it beautifully. But that's the thing about Skull Dragons, though. They're not the same units. In the previous attack, you saw him using 2 Shirayukis, and during the Vanguard's attack, the 3rd Shirayuki. But there's no point. These Skull Dragons have been changed. They're still hitting like a truck, and it's just sad. It's just unfortunate.
The Skull Dragons are not a typical kind of unit, right? When you think of the defensive power of Murakumo and Yasue in general, right? This kind of deck, right? It all relies on those Shirayukis shutting down entire turns. But you just can't stop a Skull Dragon, because even let's say the Skull Dragons don't die and new ones come out. They're hitting so big. The Shirayukis just it matters so little.
Yeah, it's moot at this point.
It's moot. And I mean, you're playing around those Shiryukis, right? Even the Samurai saying, okay, I see what you're doing. Those Rainy Madams, all that soul, right? Very telegraphed defensive play. Let me drop that Ghosty behind my Vanguard. It's still gonna create such a bad position for you that there's literally no correct play you can do except hope for the best, right?
I sincerely believe one of the big part that contributed was also Sabrai's fighting experience, because he already know what his opponent is going after, so he made the right call to place certain units already in position in the case that his Vanguard loses power and still hit. And then together with the combination of the Skull Dragon, securing the game once he gets just 1 critical. And his mill game was so strong, it was so clean for so many times that he has milled. It was insane.
He knew what he was doing, and that's the kind of games you want to see, the plays you want to see. They know what they're doing, they're executing everything perfectly, and the plan is working, right?
Yes, the plan is definitely working.
Okay. All right. I think we're going to go to a short break while the rest of the top 8 completes. But when we're back, we're going to be watching the top 4s. All right? See you guys soon.
Weiss Schwarz!
Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars! Coming soon! Bushiroad! Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hi, Honda.
Hi, Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're gonna dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee? Coffee for you? Okay,
Sure.
cool. Okay, you can smell this. It smells good.
Wow,
Yeah, this smell really
Yeah.
wakes you up. Yeah.
fragrant. Yeah.
Go ahead and help yourself to whichever one that you like.
Alright. Which one we like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
Yeah, I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
Alright, so I'll go for this.
I'm a good host.
One.
So Huanta, I understand that even before you joined Bushiroad, to work for Bushiroad, I think you played a lot of Bushiroad card games.
Yeah.
Yeah. What games
Yeah.
do you play?
I play mainly Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, and a little bit of Buddy Fight.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you actually play our 3 main titles.
Yeah.
Oh, when did you start playing?
For Weiss, I started playing I think somewhere around 2008, 2009 kind of time when it first started out in Japan. Yeah.
Wow, that's like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And then for Vanguard?
Vanguard, I think I also started when it first came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you actually played Weiss first.
Yeah.
How do you get to know Weiss Schwarz?
So there was kind of like a community get together to learn the game. Like they brought some Weiss products from Japan, so I brought it over to Singapore, and they actually promoted the event, like come down to learn, and they actually sell some of the stuff they got in Japan. So yeah, that's how I got wine of Weiss, and I started learning, and I liked the game.
So which Weiss Schwarz titles are you currently enjoying?
I'm really enjoying the Fujimi Fantasia set right now, especially the deck with 8 standbys. It's very interesting. And also, I really like playing Goblin Slayer, especially the Goblin Slayer deck. The overall card advantage and the abilities is very flavorful. It's going to be a huge. It has made a huge impact in the game itself, and soon English player can get their hands on the series. It's coming out in English. Yeah, for Goblin Slayer.
Wow, I think players can really look forward to that. Yeah. Do you still remember your very first deck? What title was it?
It was Fate Stain Night Trial deck.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Yeah.
And ever since then, you just continued
Yeah.
playing the game. And right now, you are actually working for Bushiroad.
Yeah.
Wow, this is kind of like, it's coming to a full circle.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Vanguard clan?
My favorite clan would be Dark Irregulars.
Oh.
No, I love the overall theme of the deck, artwork, card abilities. Like soul charging, it thins your deck. So that thinning is very important in card games. You get to draw into more important cards, or you might go the other way. Like it makes everything looks exciting. Yeah, that's about.
That's your favorite.
Yes.
Ever.
Yeah.
Okay. No, back then when you are playing Bushiroad card games, do you actually think that you would, or maybe you hope that you will be able to work for Bushiroad?
So thinking that I would be working for the company would be no, but hoping that I would is a yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And back then, maybe you thought, oh, maybe it would be great if I can work for Bushiroad one day.
Yeah.
Do you have like a job position in mind, or do you just, as long as I'm working for the company that produces these great card games for me, I'm fine with that.
Everyone would want to have a part in creating a game, so maybe a development role would be good. So that's what I think that every card gamers would want when they play the game or they like the game a lot, is to have a impact on the game, on the development side, like card abilities, like you want to make cards that you love. Yeah, I guess that's it. But I didn't expect like I'll be working in other aspects of the company. Yeah.
So how did you actually get the opportunity, to work for Bushiroad?
So I was already before my national service, I was already going around helping to do demo sessions, maybe helping out at events. So when I came out of national service, I actually did part-time in Bushiroad. I was waiting for my university application. So after that, it has a bit of waiting. So I was doing fine in Bushiroad part-timing. Unfortunately, on the day I received a call from the university, I didn't get in. So I was kind of very sad, this kind, like very disappointed. But luckily, there was an opening in the sales team, and I seized the day and I applied for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So Manda, what's your day-to-day like in the office?
So I start out the day with replying emails. After that, arranging shipments to distributors, packing of PR cards and sending them if there's any. Other than that, I also handle office shipping. So it's intercompany shipment. It's not like business-wise. Yeah.
So you actually have to do a lot of shippings of PR cards,
Yeah.
To our shops around the world.
It's mostly to our distributors and our overseas offices, and then they'll ship it to the shops.
What are some of the challenges that you face during the course of your work?
Yeah, prior to shipping, there's a lot of layers of work, a lot of steps to be done in the production cycle. So if something were to happen, like maybe before shipping, I'll have to rework, reschedule all the shipments, or even rebook because it's already very last minute. Yeah, and it kind of snowballs into like this gets delayed. If this gets delayed, something after that might get delayed too. So I have to plan out everything, make sure everything goes smoothly out.
Definitely. I think it's inevitable that something will go wrong down the production line, and then I think you will have to come up with a lot of different ways, adapt, just kind of like deal with all these last minute changes.
Yeah.
So kind of like putting out fires.
Yeah, exactly. Putting out fires.
Yeah. That sounds like a lot of work, and I guess it must be so demoralizing, for a part of your work to be undone, and then you have to do it all over again.
Yeah.
How do you get over that?
You need to be patient. Like you can't rush over things because it's a long process, and you need to be resilient because you can't crumble in your work halfway, and everything will snowball. And once your work is overdue, more works will come in. Work is never finished. So you kind of like, you have to do it now, slow and steady, but you just have to keep going through the motion, keep pulling through it. It's kind of everyday challenges. Yeah.
Wow, this reminds me of a quote. I think it was, if you're going through hell, keep going. Yeah. Because I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think it's kind of similar to what you just said. Because if you're going through hell, why would you stay there?
Yeah.
Just, keep going forward. Yeah. Then you can get out of there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point.
True.
Yeah. Since you play so much of Bushiroad card games, do you think that has actually helped you in your current job?
Yeah, that actually helps me a lot in the sales side of my work. Having knowledge in the products itself helps me better sell the product, so I can pitch better. I can pinpoint the unique points, the strength of the products, and I can explain it to my distributors. I can even explain it to my colleagues to make them understand better. Yeah, it's kind.
Yeah, that's good, because when you're playing the card games, maybe 10 years ago, you never expect yourself to be landing a job in the company that make the games that you play. Yeah. And you did, of course, you never even expect that just by playing card games that would actually help you in your career. Oh, so really, I'm happy for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Besides arranging logistics for shipping to our distributors, I mean, you also handle the logistics for our regionals in Singapore.
Yeah.
When we have an event, we actually have to pack everything and then send it to the venue.
Yeah.
How's it like? What's the challenge in that?
Transporting all the stuff that we need, all the event items to the event hall is not really a very difficult task. But sometimes events, they need things last minute, and you have to make a rush for it. And when you're rushing for time, sometimes you forget where it is, or you can't find it. You get very flustered. It's one of the few examples I have.
So yeah, you reminded me, and because I think recently I keep seeing you flying for work, and I believe recently you went to Gen Con, held in USA, for a B2B conference kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I believe that a lot of your work are done through emails and telephone calls, talking to our distributors, and then you finally met them in person. How was that like?
Through emails, you don't really get to know them. It's all formal, it's all business. So when you get to finally meet them and get them to know on a more personal level, so it's very satisfying to know, okay, so now I get to know more about this person, and we get to work together even closer. I think that's very satisfying. Yeah.
How were they? Were they nice to you?
Yeah, they took great care of me.
Did they bring you around for good food in USA?
Yeah, we went for meetings through dinner. Yeah.
Meetings and dinner.
Yeah.
I would like that.
Yeah.
So you get to travel a lot for work. I imagine that must be very exciting for you, because I think, not a lot of jobs out there actually offer this incentive, this slight perk of being able to travel for work. How's that like for you?
So I enjoy meeting new people, and people, our fans, card game fans. So I think that's one perk that I really find refreshing when I travel for work, even though I'm tired. But all the smiles on their face, like when they play the tournament, give me a sense of satisfaction. And just being able to travel for work is a blessing. So I'm very thankful and very grateful for this opportunity. Yeah.
But I imagine at the same time, it must be tiring. Of course, it's enjoyable on one hand, but especially if you fly long hours from Singapore to US, about a 20 hours flight.
Yeah.
Give or take. I imagine it must be tiring, and then you have to help out with the events, attend some conference.
It's kind of like giving back to the community. You're helping the game grow, and you're helping yourself grow too. You go through the tiring days of work. After that, you get to recover. It's all the experiences you get. It's very memorable. And flying overseas means I get to work with colleagues they're overseas, they don't get the chance to see them. So getting to know them better is very rewarding. Yeah.
So is there any important life skill that you actually have learned in the course of your work?
Yeah, definitely. And as I've emphasized earlier, it's being patient and resilient. You know, things might not seem worth it right now, and as time goes on, it will add up. So small adjustment matters, I guess. Small feats matters. So maybe you go for an extra sale, maybe it's just very little, but each time you go for the extra sale, you know, it adds up to be a lot. Yeah, so you have to be patient and resilient because you're not always gonna get it. Yeah.
Is there anything that you can share with us, for anyone who might be interested in joining the sales or logistics industry?
So the sales and logistics industry is very big. You know, there's the consumer side, the business side. So if the industry is this big, there's a lot of job opportunities for you to work there and gain some experience.
What are the skills that you think are important in sales and logistics? I imagine probably driving might be one of them.
I guess sales and logistics, driving is important. Maybe if you have prior experience in maybe forklift, if you have a license in forklift, it's very easy to get a job in warehouse. You know, they need forklift drivers. You have to be very practical in logistics because logistics is a very heavy on numbers, and also sales. There's also very heavy on numbers and figures that you need to work it out.
Wow, thank you so much, Huanta, for sharing with us so much insights into the job that you do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me too.
No problem. Miss, please. A description of your job in Bushiroad.
Yeah, I do sales and logistics.
Thanks, bro.
That's very good. Let me show you how it's done.
In this video, we're going to take a look at one of the most important things you need to do right before a game. Shuffling. Breaking. We've all been there. Sometimes it's because of our deck build. Other times it's because we didn't shuffle properly. Hey, you! Can you show him the shuffling methods again?
What was that? Could it be? Is it the heart of the...
Okay, we'll first have this guru do some warm-up exercises. Hissatsu Namikasane. Probably the most popular shuffle, it involves taking a chunk of cards from the bottom and gradually transferring them to the top of the deck. Usually used by beginners or children, this smooth shuffle is fun to do once in a while but not recommended for toddlers. An advanced technique that takes some practice. It's one of the best shuffle and it can be done rather quickly. A good way to ensure you have the right number of cards in your deck, but it doesn't shuffle well, so make sure you mix it up with other shuffling methods. No, not a shuffle. In order to really randomize your deck, use a combination of the shuffling methods, or reshuffle 7 times. Now, let's talk about a different kind of shuffle.
Okay, attack your Venga. Hissatsu Chaos Shuffle.
Hand shuffle, a fearsome shuffle in which shuffling is not the goal, done by moving cards from one hand to the other rapidly, completed with cards slapping noises. I get it, we all do it sometimes, and some situations call for it, such as preventing your opponents from memorizing your cards, or when you need to drop a hand card at random. But you've got to admit, when done excessively, it can be pretty distracting. Stop hand shuffle and make this world a better place.
Attack your Venga.
Hissatsu.
Welcome back, everyone, to Top 4. Nearly there. Right, we had a quick game just then between Saburai and
Zero.
That's right. That's right. I only remember the clans now. You know.
Yeah.
Grand Blue. But you know, we're ready for Top 4. We had a long game on the other side of the bracket, but it's time. It is time. Let's look at the updated bracket and see who has gone through. So first we have Andre beating Mizuno Kari, and then he's facing Man Long, who was able to defeat Kevin Cho. And at the bottom we saw GG's able to beat Karan Patel, and then lastly we saw on stream Saburai and Zero fight it out, but Saburai taking it home. Now the decks, to be honest, are not surprising, right? Because the only thing that would have changed is the last bracket. Everything else was just a mirror match. But you know, in GG's, this is the Shadow Paladin deck that was able to pull through. He's not running Heal Guardians, and he's running the Dead Armor Dragon. Yeah, that's
the Dead Armor Dragon prevailed.
Did it come in clutch in the last game?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, this is Luad versus Grand Blue. I'm not sure if we've seen this matchup yet, but I want to see how this plays out. But you know, I think the key thing here, those heals might have been good in the mirror because of the extra shield, but in the next matchup, I'm not sure if it's better to have Heal Guardians or not, because you know, on the turns where the Grand Blue is pushing when they run up to grade 3,
probably going first.
That Heal Guardian actually becomes very important. But let's kind of look at Saburai's deck. We've been following Saburai for a while, eh?
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of the players not playing Bermuda, he is one of them. You know, he is one of them. So he's kind of been the AO stream lead, and we've just seen him executing on stream with all that pressure in a high stakes tournament. Perfectly played. Grand Blue plays, right?
Nothing short of perfection from Saburai so far. It feels like it's Saburai's V Premium going on here, guys, on stream.
Indeed, and he's definitely showing off not just his skill and his experience as a player all together put in one place. It's really an amazing display between him and most of the players that he has fought against so far.
Yes. So I think it'll be very, very interesting to see how he's able to combat Luad. Luad is definitely one of those picks that you'd have to prepare for when joining this tournament. The other one being like, you know, Prism. Right.
Yeah.
Prism, which is all the way the other side of the bracket. So eventually he's going to have to, if he makes it through, he's going to have to fight that, and we'll see how he can deal with it. On the other side, GG's, if he can take this home, technically he has a favorable matchup against all the Prisms on the other side of the bracket. So if he can make it past Saburai here, he's going to be able to, he has a good chance to maybe take it home, right? You know, having a favorable matchup. So I think this will be quite exciting. We'll see who gets to go first and who's able to, you know.
It is going to be Saburai.
Oh no.
This is kind of what we're talking about, right? Saburai going first. He sees his opponent does not have Heal Guardians. Remember, this is an open deck format. So players, they look at your deck, they identify the weak spots of it, and then they will try and execute and destroy you on those weak spots, right? And again, we just have to see, can Saburai get out his milling engine right now?
It's starting right now. I mean, riding that Damien is so good because that one piece of Jesse is going to be safe inside the drop zone right now. Yeah, going in first, engines running hot. So now we're just waiting if Saburai has the Navigator.
That's right. And one thing between Saburai and GG's here is Luad. Very huge late game powerhouse. It is up against a Protect clan that can generate perfect guards. But the issue here is that the trump card on Saburai's side is that, hey, I've got Skull Dragons, you know? Even though you scale high, my Skull Dragons also scale higher and quicker, right? The Luad really gets into its pacing on the second and third pseudo stride. Where on the second stride, it gets the crits all in the front row. The force markers increase, but then on the third stride, those markers increase to a point where you basically need a PG or start taking 2 damage. Right?
Yep. But in itself, you see another Damien being dropped right there, and Beatrice, the ghosty captain, is making his appearance inside the drop zone. Going here, probably.
There we go.
He's starting. He is starting.
All right, that's a heal, that's a bone, a critical trigger, a skull dragon, and a skull dragon.
Oh no, it's already looking bad for GG's.
You don't want to see
the compression is starting. Now, there is one thing here that I'd like to say. If I'm looking at this deck from a very high level perspective, Sabri does not have any sort of on-demand countercharge.
Oh, nope. Well, we've gone through his deck list over and over and over again. There has never once, other than Jesse, that is able to countercharge.
You know, Damien can countercharge, but you know, those aren't things like cutlasses, where if you get stuck, right, if you get stuck, right, and they keep you at 0 damage or, you know, no face-up damage, you can immediately go, sorry, buddy, I'm just countercharging anyway, and I'm just going to do my thing. We've seen Shadow Paladins in the past able to kind of damage deny so extremely to a point where they just don't do any damage to you for X amount of turns. And then they start, when they feel they're ready, they start pushing damage, and because their hand is just so set up, and you're dealing like 2 damage every shot, right? You catch up in damage very quickly, and you get to the point where they have to PG or guard, or they just can't guard at all. Right, so I think it'd be very interesting to see how GG's like utilizes that kind of knowledge that he sees from the deck list of Saburai, and sees where he can really push the weaknesses.
Well, it wouldn't be a problem per se, because most of the attacks when you're running a Night Rose deck, it goes with the rear guards attacking first. You already have a Damien there on the field. That's a confirmed counter charge right there. Most of the attacks in itself are not actually focusing on too many counter blasts. Night Rose is only utilizing 1. Not running Cutlass here, actually. What's got Sabrai going up to the top 4 right now?
True. Yeah, that's a good point. It's not running any weak cards, I guess. So I think when we think of the ways he has been getting those Skull Dragons as well, is basically just bone, right?
Yep. Okay. We're seeing sort of a clean deck as a crit, a Beatrice, a Night Rose, Ooh.
And one of the things I'd like to point out about a Sabra is that even though he does not play like very efficient counter charges sort of things, I don't think he even needs it. I noticed that he has the way that he plays, right, is that the turn that he goes into his Great Tree is the turn that he makes sure you are dead sort of play.
Yeah.
So he's not planning on the next turn thing,
Not a lot of the cards in his deck uses Counter Blast as well. Only Columbard and Night Rose, at this point. The deck build is revolving around that sort of game plan. But you can't discount GGS as well, right? We've been talking a lot about Sabrai right now, but GGS, getting to the top 4 in itself, being the sole survivor right now, being the sole Luard survivor right now. We've been talking about how I kind of agree with Kai when you look into it. Drag Driver playing at 3, it's kind of iffy for me as well. But there's gotta be a reason. There's gotta be a reason why this deck works, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going ham on him already.
Yeah. Well, look at he's gone Skull Dragon crazy already.
Right. The C formation.
The C formation.
This is the fastest timing for Skull Dragon to already appear while he's almost just sitting on Grade 1.
Yeah. I mean, usually he goes a bit more farmy, right? He goes like maybe a Ghost Ship is pretty good.
But no, that's just damage. Oh, that's a 1-2 pass right there.
Oh, he's taking a risk, and the risk works.
Yeah, rewarded for it.
I think the factor is, as we said earlier, because it's an open deck format, he knows that he has no Hue Guardians, so he knows he can just go in there and punch him really hard.
That is correct. That is a very, very important point. But GG's going, I don't need Heal Guardians to guard,
I'm going to take this dragon. I'm going to take this dragon right now. That's huge.
This dragon is at least, what, 20k-ish?
At least 20k-ish, yeah.
So it'll be like 32.
It takes the damage.
It's a pretty good number. That is a trigger.
I'm not going to do much since that is the last attack, yeah?
Yeah. We can kind of map out the damage as well for Saburai and GG's. it's so important that Saburai is going first, because the next turn, when GG's on grade 2, he can go into Skull Dragon plays, and that will likely push GG's up to like 3 or 4 damage. And the turn after that, GG's will do his turn. He'll do his first Luard turn, which is usually the weaker turn, the setup turn. But that setup turn isn't a threat for Saburai, right? And then after that turn is over, GG's gets a few more cards. Saburai goes for the kill, right? So going first here, I think, for Saburai was actually extremely vital. And we can see, like, you know, force versus protect here. He doesn't have to worry about his opponent's power lines being just 1k above his own. He can just kind of slam and jam kind of thing, right?
Saw the Sharon being called out there, yeah? Ooh.
Yeah. The Sharon's just a very, very straightforward play when you're on 1 CB. You don't want to get damage denied as Luard. So, you know, just if you have a Leofowl, develop a Sharon. The Sharon gives you back the CB, which lets you play another Leofowl. And the Leofowl can kind of get something else. Yeah, maybe another Sharon as well if you really want to. But it looks like he's getting the Swells, which is a very aggressive opening. You know, Swells, big boost, basically 20k boost. He's going to push quite a lot of damage here, it seems.
Well, it does need, I mean, he does need another grade 1 on the floor.
Yeah, that's right.
Going for the 5.
He needs like the five grade 1 Regal. So unfortunately, Leofowl there is preventing him. But let's see what he does. Is he gonna play over, or are you just gonna? I think just it's fine. You know, 15k.
It's fine.
Attack.
Yeah. the attacks are still going through. Let's see now. Because Saburai definitely does play the Hill Guardian. Maybe this is an opportune moment, yeah, to utilize that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the calculations are going in.
So that means he probably might not have it.
Yeah. In itself, you know, we're seeing brilliant aggression here. I'm loving it. You know, I'm loving it, guys. You know, there's one way of playing it too passive, going in grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, but there is the GGS and Saburai's, you know, method.
He gets
here.
a trigger.
Defensive.
Ooh, that's pretty big. He can take a risk and no guard.
No
GG's
guard.
next. Oh, okay. This one is hitting 21. He's trying to put in that 4th damage to threaten lethal.
No pass right there.
Yeah, Saburai not taking any risks. No risks. I really like GG's play. He's going, okay, he's at 2 damage right now. If he takes like 2 damage here, my first stride turn actually becomes threatening, right? I don't have to wait for my second stride turn. I don't need the crits. I just go. I just go. So very interesting play.
Very good from Saburai just now. You know, he almost forgot to take the protect marker, but then he just reversed it. Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna be making all these minuscule mistakes right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very bad time to considering they're now fighting for the top places. So he doesn't want to make those kind of very silly mistakes. Oh, he's really ramping up the mill now.
I think this is going for the final turn. You know, going into the mind of Saburai right now, you gotta think. Even if my opponent's on 1, the hand size is pretty small on GGS's side. And again, the knowledge, that there are no Hill Guardians to be expected from GGS means that, you know, I can go for the kill right now.
Yes, very, very important.
There's a lot.
We've seen this line of play happens so much on Saburai's side. He does the Jesse as well.
The deck, oh my goodness, it's so compressed that the discard pile now is bigger than the deck.
Yeah, he's gone very far in. But yeah, I just like seeing, you know, Saburai just executing the same kind of attack pattern, the same lines of play. He did like a few adjustments here in the beginning, just going, okay, I can try and push even harder, get more cards out of GG's hand, and now he's possibly pushing for a big play, right?
Definitely.
All right, so the Columbite is taking out the boom again. You know, we're gonna be seeing sort of a loop here, and again, I have to say, flawless. You know, Saburai has been entertaining us since the Swiss rounds. Yeah, flawless execution. The aggression that, you know, you expect is just so spicy, and it's that you can't help but feel at awe with the control that Saburai has.
Yeah, and I mean, last time in V, I think it was won by Grand Blue as well. So, will we see a repeat?
Yeah, you can see a repeat. Yeah, different captain, same ship.
Oh, that's a good one.
Definitely for sure is that the amazing. This is exactly what we've been talking about since yesterday. It's about the consistency. It's always about how consistent your deck can keep doing the same thing over and over without having to run in with even minimal hiccups, and still be able to do its things. That's what we are looking into as when it comes to like this kind of tournament-worthy decks. It's always about the consistency, and Samurai really has shown how consistent his deck is, no matter the matchup, no matter where he is, and no matter what he's fighting.
He goes for a guard right there, gets the counter charge off. He decided not to divert anything to behind Night Rose, but that's fine.
That's fine. You're going first anyway. You don't need that big power up right now. You know you're still kind of forcing your opponent to be using expanding a lot of cards right there. Again, Heal Guardian, you're missing right there, so so that kind of hurts.
Yeah, I like how he's going for a more conservative play here. You don't need the Skull Dragon, just go ships. Ships hit 29 by themselves, and they draw you a card afterwards. So
I think he's going for the draw first right now because his hand size is also not looking too big at this moment. On the ride out of GGS, it might be a bit troublesome for him if he doesn't get enough damage in.
That is
guards for 2.
Yeah. Draw trigger. That's gonna come in handy. The Sentinel is definitely gonna come in handy against Drag Driver.
Yep, it's something you want to have in this matchup because later on the columns just become so big.
Size 3. Okay.
Yeah, GG's showing off his 3 hand size. He's probably just gonna take this really. Take the next few 29. You don't want to drop your hand so quickly here.
Yep. What's worse is that your opponent could actually just end turn right now.
Oh, I think.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
You see, you kind of played into the hands of Samurai just now, expecting the ghost ship to be attacking again so that you can draw out. No, I'm gonna put a pause to it. I'm not gonna give you any cost. Go into that drag heart and be vanilla.
And that was a big play. Samurai knows that, okay, my ship draws 1, right? But you know what's better than like drawing 1? It's not throwing away 4 cards, right? That's, if we want to think about in card economics, +1 is better than a -4. And if you give a CB to GG's right there, right? He goes into Luard, he goes into Drag Driver after that. A bunch of cards come down. He develops his board. 3 columns, 3 force markers. 2 force markers immediately are active. 3 relatively decent attacks. And, Samurai is sitting at 3 damage. That's kind of scary, right? It's kind of scary. You're going to be losing a lot of cards there as well. So this now turns into a very, just a small game, I guess. You can have a drag driver. You can get your force markers. You get your 3 force markers, right? But if you really want to put on the pain, you got to put down some cards.
But that's about it. You're expanding your hand right now. A lot of the Luard's gameplay relies on the cost that you get and based on the rear guards that you're gonna be putting down. But without it, this is just gonna be about as much vanilla as you can get from an ice cream.
That's true. Now, usually we saw the previous turn from GG's, right? Leofal into Sharon. That is one of the biggest, earliest players you want to do because you don't want to get damage denied. GG's got greedy. He went, okay, I have a second Leofal, so I'm just going to play it down and get another card. Full field, let's bash face. But he just got punished real hard. All right, real hard. No CB, no drag driver. That drag driver was literally just a +2.
Yep.
But now it's a plus nothing.
Nothing.
Samurai.
This is
easy
sad.
guard. He's like 18, easy mode, right? This thing is a bit harder to guard. This is 23. Looks like Saburai's eyeing over some pieces. He could choose to guard maybe. He doesn't even have to guard at some point. You want to stay at like odd numbers against a Luard as well. He goes for the perfect guard. He's committing a perfect guard very, very early. You want to save them later?
But that's pretty smart. That's pretty smart right there. That could have spelled the end.
Was that a double crit?
Yeah.
Wow, Sabriai seeing through the veil.
The
He saw
Psyqualia
it
coming in.
Yeah, but now Sabrai's in a bit of a pinch. He only has like one card in his hand.
I sincerely don't think that's a problem because
Yeah,
I think
that's
this
not a
is the final
problem.
turn already for
Yeah.
Samurai. He's going in for the kill. I can rest assure you the fight probably will end right here, right now.
1
After
to
all
6,
this, yeah.
gentlemen. 1
It's
to
1 to
6.
6.
Can we
1
see
to
that
6.
happening?
Are we seeing a 1 to 6?
So-
Double Skull Dragon.
Oh,
Look at these two bones coming out. 2 Skull Dragons. It's playing
absolutely
over the
nasty.
Beatrice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even
nasty.
even threw away his protect marker. He's thrown it all away right now for this one moment. It'd be kind of nice if he can boost the Vanguard as well.
Yeah. Wes Searle, you kind of you've been the first mate of the captain for so long, and you're missing in this important fight. You gotta come out, mate.
Yeah,
Look at that drop zone, man.
Okay.
Yeah, the drop zone has dropped to the floor too.
There's just so many, it's not fitting.
Yes.
But the problem is, just Samurai doesn't have any more hand, right? No cards in his hand. So I think this is the extent of how far he goes. Counting the triggers, three out. Yeah. Four, five, six, seven, 8,
9, 10,
11.
11.
I think that's 3 heals as well. So
Yeah.
there's like 5 crits left in the deck.
Well,
No, 4 crits and 1 heal.
Yeah, counting back into the damage zone as well. There's 2. There's 2 in the damage zone. 2 crits.
Oh, okay. So he's nearly out of triggers.
But he has power.
I mean,
lot of
power. You gotta need that triggers to come true right now, because some of the attacks need to be dealing more than just 1 damage. Again, sitting at 1, GGS is pretty comfortable. It's pretty comfortable.
Yeah, he just needs 1 null to save himself. That Night Rose need to be triggering crits.
Alright, no defensive so far. You gotta love that. Okay, so I think, yes, I'm right.
Skull Dragon should be
Yeah,
popping
should be
himself.
there we go. There we go.
And this can be another take from GG's.
Okay, choosing to boost right there.
That's a draw trigger.
correct.
That is a draw trigger. That's pretty big right there. So now the Night Rose is actually attacking for 1 to pass here. 22 to 23. Alright, so yeah. Skull Dragon going into Beatrice. And then Skull Dragon.
There we go. This is swinging for 22. Pretty easy guard for GG's. He could even pray for a no guard if he really wants to.
2 to
But he-
pass.
He's going for a 2 to pass.
Pretty smart, considering that there are only 2 triggers left in Sabrai's deck.
Oh, Sabrai.
Strike, no.
It's nothing.
And
One
that's a
crit.
crit.
So he needs these Skull Dragons to hit, but I feel like GG's has it. I feel like GG's might have it, but even though his hand is so small.
There's only like 2 cards in GG's hand, and
Yeah, just
If-
1 null.
you
1
gotta
null,
think-
and he can do it. Oh, that is so many Lords gone out.
Oh,
And there
yeah,
is
that is
there is the perfect guard.
yeah, that is the perfect guard right there. Luar's are already out, but doesn't matter. You can still stride into drag driver without a hitch. Oh my goodness, yeah, the next turn is gonna hurt for Sabrai.
Yeah, he has no cards in his hand, and we're going to go into a drag driver second pseudo stride. This is
Having that 2 Luar's in soul, that's gonna be big.
yeah, this is gonna be the pain train right here. that Skull Dragon dies as well. So Sabrai not looking good. He's been on the stream for so long.
This is where he finally,
Yeah,
this is where he
could it be the
finally
last
falls.
Yeah, it's been doing so well as well. Right?
All right. I mean, we gotta believe in the final heal trigger that is currently in Sabrai's deck as well. It could come in clutch. It could be the
It
Cinderella
could.
story
could.
that we're looking for. But you're seeing GGS right now. The confidence. You can see from the way the non-verbal. Yeah, you can see he's just confident right now. He got his win back. His hand is pretty healthy right now. Let's go.
Yeah, and he's already got a Morfessa set up on the big force marker side. So he's good to do some multi-attacks. But
Time for him to retaliate.
I mean, like, what is Saburai's out here? He maybe gets like double trigger, you know.
Only
gets
one
a
trigger
heal on
left
the
in the
fifth.
deck. Yeah, only one trigger left inside the deck. That's
Only one trigger. Ooh.
yeah.
When his deck is really thin.
He had 14 before the drive shack, and he drove shack a critical trigger, so that's 15. So yeah, it's just left with one heal.
Yeah, he needs that heal on the fifth, but somewhere along the line here.
Somewhere along the line here, we're seeing quite an impossible task. No protects, no sentinels left. Sabrai has one critical trigger and one grade 1. That's a total of 25k shield. 3 force marker total on the left rear guard circle and 1 force marker on the right. That's not enough. That's not enough.
Yeah, no, GG's is definitely going for the stacking force marker play with Morfessa because you want to double dip, right? On that one column, I guess, that one circle. But you know, normally you kind of don't want to do that against Protect because you know Protect just goes, hey, it doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna block you. But because there just isn't any in Saburai's hand, it's the perfect timing.
But in itself, you gotta be sweating. If you're Sabrai, you gotta be sweating.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks very, very impossible for Sabrai here. I think that is the old Morfessa. If you want to marvel at the how she's evolved,
yeah.
right?
Oh, sorry, I just realized that. So sorry.
It's all right.
No worries. Yeah, you know, we marvel at the evolution of Morfessa.
Used to be a 9K, now a 10K.
10k.
There we go.
With better
Yeah,
effects.
they look very similar as well.
They look very similar.
And now going into the into the great form Morfessa. You know how.
Oh, this is so brutal. Look at that. Look at those ones. They're the 20Ks each.
This is super kill.
Yeah, this is really overkill
You have
right
to
now.
make sure your opponent stays down. There's no overkill. That's only making sure you win.
Is that Will's on?
That is Will's.
Oh. All right. It's been a great run. Yeah. It's been a great run.
Oh, he's actually attacking with this first. Takes it. Oh no, that's not where you want to see the heal.
No,
no.
that is not the point where you want to see the heal. It is okay. Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, oh no. Sabrai really need to see that as a 6 damage heal.
Or a 5th, actually, to be honest.
Actually, just a 5th will be fine, but
Yeah,
no,
5th will be
it's
fine
decided.
too.
But Fate has other plans.
I mean,
That's
considering all things, even if Sabrai did heal, it still wouldn't have mattered because that owl is just huge. There's no way you can guard that owl. Yeah, you gotta take it.
Oh, unfortunately, that is the end. That is the end of Sabrai. Well, he can fight for the 3rd and 4th slot for a chance to win 1 Chrono Jet Dragon, but we have GG's moving on into the finals. And
Yep.
It's gonna be a Luart versus Vert final.
Yeah,
So it won't be a Mega Lanika showdown apparently, but this is still pretty good. It really could have went both ways.
As close as it can get.
Yeah, so I think it's pretty much confirmed. Both of those players in the top bracket there are playing Highlander Prisms. So we definitely have the Highlander Prism variant versus the Luard deck. Now, I can say that the Luard deck feels pretty favored because it's Luard, you scale well, but Prisms generally can rush. Highlander, maybe not too much, but they generally can. And when they see those heals, and they're not Heal Guardians, that is the perfect storm for, you know, a good early push, transitioning into a Highlander, you know, getting hands and trying to grind out Luard as much as they can. But Luard also sitting there grinding those force markers out and going for the big plays, right? What do you think, guys?
Well, it's intense. It's intense in the sense that when you look into how Luart skills and Vert skills as well, yeah, both does pretty well. Highlander going in for the kill quite early, but then they still they're able to sustain until the late game. Meanwhile, Luart, you can see kind of say that it requires them to survive the early onslaught. Kind of like what we saw when GGS was fighting against Sabrai just now, but still. Liar Falls made all the difference just now. It's just a matter of aggression versus aggression.
And also whether you get too greedy at a certain timing when you do certain things, it all makes the difference.
Yes. All the little things make the difference. Speaking of a little thing, we are going to a little break, and we will be back with the finals. So stay tuned, guys.
See you.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack! Advance of Intertwined Stars! Coming soon! Bushiroad! Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new arms card! Start deck! Sealed Blaze Maiden! Coming soon! Bushiroad!
Wow!
Now that Decklog is available, you can register your deck list for tournaments with ease. If you have not used Decklog before, no worries, we have a tutorial video. You can find both the links to Decklog and the tutorial in the description box. Now, due to the shenanigans from the last event, this time we will be introducing a new procedure into the tournament. We will be conducting spot checks by requesting a player in a room to show us that nobody is nearby to give them help, that there are no extra cards or suspicious items around. First, the players who will be checked are based on a highly scientific method employed by many entities and game designers all over the world. Hi Player 456, you have been chosen for a spot check through a fair and impartial system.
Oh, I've been selected? Okay. So first of all, this is my table, and as you can see, I'm playing Lyrical Monasterio. I love Lyrical Monasterio so much because the characters are so pretty and so cute. Okay, now I'll show you my room. So hi, this is the room that I usually play Venga in, and as you can see, there's no one else here but me.
Okay, good, thank you.
I'd like to show you Vanguard collection. I've been playing Vanguard ever since the first release, and I also have my showcase here. I have G Series, V Series, and Overdress.
Thank you
Not
for
only that, I
cooperating.
love Weiss Schwarz as well. I play Persona 5, and I have a lot of other collection over here, as you can see. Very nice, I know. Thank you.
Good to know we have such an enthusiastic fan. Anyway, there have not been any incidents where we found players cheating with external help. But we hope this extra layer of precaution will deter any attempts, as well as reassuring all participants. On a side note, please do not use your phone during the tournament. This has been a rule for physical tournaments all along, and it is not any different for online tournaments. Players caught using their phone during a match is considered an infraction. First infraction, you get a warning. Second infraction, you get disqualified.
We meet again.
Yes, but this time it will be a different fight.
Oh! Guard! Over! Please don't heal, please don't heal, please don't heal!
And the championship goes to Chris!
Okay, yeah, that was a good fight. Thank you for the game.
That match was so close. Thank you so much for the game as well.
So Judge, when will this game be uploaded to the official Bushiroad YouTube channel? I want to show my friends like the epic fight I just had with Chris.
Oh yeah, I want to show my friends too.
Because one of you used a playmat with a yellow rat and a blue turtle?
Actually, it's closer to a tortoise than a turtle.
As we can't show merchandise that isn't from Bushiroad, we can't upload the match. During our last tournament, there were a number of exciting matches that we think players would love to watch. However, because unofficial merchandise were used, we couldn't upload the videos. Non-official Bushiroad merchandise are not allowed in tournaments. This includes card sleeves, playmats, and any other objects appearing in your video. Dragon Shield and Ultra Pro generic sleeves with no art are allowed. If you do not have an official Bushiroad playmat, you can buy one at our Bushiroad online store. You can find the link in the description box below. We have a lot of beautiful card sleeves and deck boxes, all of which are allowed in the tournament. And from now till December 10th, if you use my code, you'll get 5% discount, 5, for all TCG related products. Use the code BROTHER2021. That's brother, not brother. BROTER 2021. While stocks last. Okay, fine. You can also flip over your playmat and play on it.
Hi everyone! So in order to distinguish between offline and online tournaments, we have rebranded it to Bushiroad Rumble Online, BRO or BRO for short.
That's right. If this is your first time participating, we've created a video with some rules and do's and don'ts to take note of.
We've also included some links to useful videos such as how to shuffle and how to prepare for a remote fight. And the links to all these videos will be available in the description box below.
That's right. Please do take a look at the tournament page where there will be more detailed rules and information.
Alright, thank you!
Hope you guys have fun. See you there. Bye.
See you there! Bye bye! See you there, bro! Bro.
That's all we have for today's video, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it. During Bushiroad Springfest Online, we had a lot of players, both new and experienced veterans, come into some of their first online tournament experiences through Remote Fight, and we got to see some amazing narratives develop. Some people start new chapters in their competitive history, some people start playing competitively for the first time ever, and I can't wait to see how the stories and the narratives of these players will further develop throughout Bushiroad Rumble Online. In case you don't already know, I will actually be commentating all of the Vanguard stages for Bushiroad Rumble Online, so I can't wait to see you guys in the chat for the tournament.
This couch I got on sale. It was like very cheap, and it's very good as well. So I recommend you guys to go and get it. Not only that, I have a lot.
My name's Ron Manankil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion, and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. The problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Tempest Sphere and Zazan. And in the end, I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection. So we weren't able to really gather parts. And so preparing for the event, I was just watching videos on like WCC and Different Fights channel on the meta and thinking of how I can counter that without using the vanilla engine and doing the turbo engine. And in the end, I also thought of the mirror match because thinking of the meta, you're obviously gonna encounter your own meta deck. And so to take the meta into account, you have to really think of the mirror match too. So yeah, that's how I prepared for BSFO. I actually participated in BCS starting 2017. I wasn't really a competitive player back then because I was really busy with other things like school competitions and other fights. But yeah, those were the only ones that I joined because BSFO, Springfest rather, was not really in my place. It was in the main city in Manila, so I wasn't really able to participate with that. But BCS, I participated yearly starting from 2017. Well, I think I met a lot of interesting people for sure. I met Kendo from Team Rising Dragons, and I met Derek Dow from WCC when he came here for BCS, and I also met I made many friends through BCS because there are some players that don't join weekly tournaments, but when a huge event comes, you suddenly see all these people pop up. I would also want to give a shout out, by the way, to the BCS 2019 champion. He's also a Cebuano. He's one of the only people I know from Cebu that also won a Bushiroad event. I want to give him love. His name is Vince Del Rosario. I think he deserves more love than me because he wasn't able to actually go to Japan due to personal reasons. So I want to give him the spotlight too. I think for BSFO I was kind of like I was scared at first to join because as you said, it's through a webcam and like cheaters may pop up once or twice, but actually unexpectedly the judges were actually really well organized. They were monitoring the entire situation, and it was a pretty fun event actually. It was nice to participate through my own home, and I didn't have to go down or risk like getting COVID, especially now, to just join an event, which is really nice. It was really convenient. I posted in my Instagram story the progress of like how the event went, and I was also watching the stream so I could like study the other decks that were on stream. It was pretty fun to like see everyone react to the Instagram story because not a lot of people knew about the event here. So it's pretty nice to see like people react and stuff. Well, my advice for BRO, if you're a seasoned player, I suggest you study the meta since it's a pretty Wild West meta right now, and literally anything could happen. And for new players, I would say don't be scared. Just do your best, and it's a free tournament. You win, you lose, you don't lose anything, so it's alright. Just calm down, and I'm rooting for all of you. Follow me on, if you guys want to follow me on Instagram. It's Hello Ishiro. Just hit me up if you guys want to chat, hang out, or even play remote fight. So thank you and good luck to everyone. I hope to see you all, and I hope to see everyone in top 8 also. Well, not everyone, but yeah, I hope everyone does well.
Hey. Okay, where is there no sound? Oh,
Yeah.
I think Kaya. I think.
Some
Wow.
audio issues.
Hey guys,
There we go.
nothing
Yeah.
happened.
Nothing happened. Yeah, right. That's good. Okay.
Yeah.
No, sorry,
Yeah,
I
we are nearing the end of our journey to crown the finals today, and who will take it? Who will take it? We will find out. Let's take a look at what's been happening this entire day, and we have
action-packed.
Oh, look at that. We have Gigi's. We saw him win last game, but he's actually facing Manlong from Hong Kong. And he's playing
Strong
Prism
contender.
Highlander. So it's been a long journey. He was able to defeat Andre Lee in the Prism Highlander mirror. Right. So we've got the Prism versus the Shadow Paladin set up right at the end. Let's go take a look at the deck list quickly, just to see who's just a reminder, right? So this is the Prism Highlander that we've been seeing a lot in the AO region, right? Courtier is everyone's new best girl, right?
Yep.
If you have space, put in a Courtier, and let's see what happens. Now, this is facing up against the Shadow Paladin from Gigi's, and I think it's very interesting, right? Gigi's Shadow Paladin, this kind of archetype is known to be very, very late game scaling focused, right?
Controlly, yeah.
Yeah, being able to kind of outscale normal prisms. But remember, we're talking about Highlander Prism, which is kind of also a more dedicated late game build to outgrind the normal Prism deck. So can they outgrind the Loire deck? I think it'll be very interesting to see.
Yep.
Consider how Luat also builds up power fairly quickly as well. So he may be forced to drop on most of his key piece to in defense for his later games. So, but honestly, it could have gone both ways, depending on who goes first and how it plays out.
Yeah, Amar, what do you think?
Well, this certainly is gonna be an exciting finals here. We got Prism, the tried and true meta all day long, Swiss round long. We've been seeing them coming in, popping out. But again, Shadow Paladin, Kai, we've been talking about it. We've been saying that, if anything can give the Prisms a run for their money, it's gotta be Luard. Yeah,
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. And we'll have to see Luard, can it outscale or not? Let us find out in the finals and see who is first.
Looks like he has just begun. They're cutting out their decks.
Yep. And let's kind of see. I think it's kind of important to see who goes first. If Gigi's goes first, he gets to start his scaling quicker than Manlong, right? He's able to get a free turn basically, and then start going into the crits. One thing we have to be careful here: the crits do kind of make it a bit annoying for Manlong to deal with, because he has to really control his counterblast usage, right? Unless he has that one Spiana he runs. We've seen the other kind of builds for Prism, where they're just like the more normal builds, where they can run multiple Spianas to be able to just kind of, freely not get limited, right? By
restricted by
counterblast. But the how do you say it? These ones where you're only running one, you have to make sure you get it, and you can't just freely just throw it around. You know what I mean?
Yes. So it's all down to timing as well as controlling its damage and counterblast. So it's gonna make all kinds of differences here now.
Now, the interesting thing here though is that Luard can put cards back, but so can this Highlander Prism build, and they can actually put heal triggers back. So actually might work out in the end.
Yep. So that's why we've been seeing a lot of Spianas running around lately. Yeah. Meaning to say that the new Hill Guardians, the combo off that they have, you see that they run it very beautifully. But going with one Spiana in a Highlander means that you are reliant, on Vert actually bouncing it up, and then kind of just going back and forth with it again and again, and then relying on Courtier to kind of shuffle your deck.
Yeah. And I mean, at the late game though, I think the good thing is your Courtier can get basically another Ellie, right? And that's nice. I've seen builds where they run the one copy or two copies of the normal perfect guard, just a grade 1 perfect guard, so they can get it out from the Courtier. And you see that Spiana, the counter charge, very, very important. A lot of players have recognized the importance. Fun fact, if you run Spianas, right, and then you go to time, you can start putting your heal triggers back and then heal down and win that way. So yeah, just the little edges that you kind of need in like what you would expect to be a lot of prism mirrors when going through your tournament run, especially in Swiss.
But that doesn't apply here in the finals. We are going to be seeing this all the way to the end. This is going to be the intensity that we expect. But wow, the preparations that are going through both players right now. And I believe, judging from the selections just now, it's going to be Man Long starting, right?
Oh, this is kind of big then. This is kind of big.
Or is it going to be
no,
GG's? Oh,
GG's
no,
gets to start. This is big. This is also very big.
This is bigger.
This is bigger, that's right.
He's gonna get his first grade 3 advantage, especially when his turn officially starts. His battle formation officially starts on his second grade 3. So this is gonna be quite a problematic match for Manlong.
You know why this is also big? Because GG's doesn't run heal guardians, so he doesn't care about sitting around at grade 2s. He's gonna go straight up to 3, and he's gonna have fun getting those 20k shields going.
Most definitely.
We see the knees has searched a Leofal, the best grade 2 ride for Shadow Paladin, and he can just really push the next turn if he wants to. And he's going for the, they're just doing the cut. But yeah, next turn we can expect like a Leofal into a Sharon.
Sharon, yep.
Yeah, that's usually the best play. And then, Man Long can damage deny, but with 1 CB that is enough to go. But Man Long could do it even more extreme by just like not even attacking here,
or even more extreme, just attack with all 3 lanes.
He sure could if he does have that Lieselot, that one Lieselot in his deck. It could be time. Yeah, it could be time. I mean. Remember, right? Like if he believes that Luad outscales him in the late game, then he has to push early. He has to be the aggressor in this matchup, which is very important.
And going into it, at a stage where Luard isn't really ramping up the criticals just yet during the first try, it might be a right idea to attack. But you can kind of see that Manlong, decided, I'm not gonna give you any damage. I'm just gonna enter.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
And
GG's. He's happy with that trade. Commits rides Leofal. Commits a Brandwin. Right. He's happy if Manlong attacks the Brandwin. I'm pretty sure because it's just another 1 in the drop zone. Well, actually, he moves it back.
Oops, wrong button.
I mean, he doesn't want to give Manlong a free target for the Vanguard to drive check, right?
Yep. Gets a heal, I think that was. Now, I think it'll be interesting if Manlong decides to just damage Knight again. And I want to see if GG's... Oh, he's actually G-assisting. Oh, no. Ooh. Oh, no, that's not good.
That's really the Highlander deck.
Not what you want to see in the finals.
Yeah. And, I mean, I get GG's got a Brandwin there. He discarded a Drag. I think it'll be very important to see if he has Drag Heart.
Alright.
Because one thing is, even if you see a drag driver, you never want to ride it. You'd rather G-assist into a heart as well. Because the difference is just insane.
The insanity that you're speaking of, is in the ability to generate those force markers consistently.
Yeah. And when you're on a drag driver, it is...
That's it.
It's not a place you want to be.
All right,
and he gets rid of the quick shield. Very nice. Being able to go second and get rid of the quick shield actually just helps him out quite a lot. So now he can ride his Rosa. So it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, get more cards back. So basically, it's a ±0.
Yeah, I'm guessing the worrying thing here is that he's not really putting on any sort of aggression. So he's kind of just conceding the early game to GG's, and that is basically playing into whatever GG's want to do because no distractions early game means that his late game lasts longer, And his late game is just better than Manlong's late game is what I feel.
So we gotta believe Manlong got this far, and not a lot of Luard plays, competing against Luwart based on the record that he has right here. He's been fighting a lot of
And
Prisms.
he goes for another huge pass. So
That's a drag heart. That's a drag heart right there.
Yeah, GG's gets his drag heart. If he can commit a grade 1, I think he should be able to. He's thinking about repositioning that force marker.
Still okay. It's still okay. Wherever
That is
you want it to be.
I think that's a knees.
That's a
If he has a heal, he can technically deal himself 1 damage.
But no, he does not play.
He doesn't even
Hildgard
want
yet.
the force markers.
Going for the attack right here. This
He's
is drag
not
driver.
he's not planning to stall either, from the way he's playing.
Crit comes out for GG's.
That's
Second
another
crit comes
crit.
out for GG's. This is some big damage. Manlong might just go straight to 5. The heal is huge too. Now he's maximum capped at 4 damage unless Manlong has like a heal guardian or something that can just stop this entire attack. Otherwise, it might not just be worth it. But getting hit up to 4 so early is big trouble. Big trouble for Manlong.
Coutier.
And that is a Coutier going away. Ooh, okay.
You can see that Manlong is a bit agitated there. Yeah, the gameplay suddenly got to be a bit So
I mean, his play speed is still very, very fast. Yeah. He's some players, they play quickly to kind of dictate the space, the speed of the game, and in doing so kind of forces you to like speed up. But we see like a sign of a good player is able to take in the time, able to set their own pace in playing the game too. They don't get caught up with how fast the opponent is playing. Manlong dropping a Coutier now, and he's going. What will he ask for? What will he call? I think it's an Aqua, right?
It's gotta be
always the
Aqua.
Aqua. And let's see if he actually hits.
Right, if going too fast right there, it's you gotta wait out for the judges as well. Going to Coutier is dangerous because even if you declare a name, if you hit a pair of normal units, you gotta take that one instead.
That's right. Or you just don't get to take.
You just gonna do that? Yeah. Actually, you just don't get to take.
That's one of the things with Coutier right now is since people are playing in so much, they're seeing the value, right? Everyone's trying to play Coutier, but Coutier is naturally slow because of the reveals, especially slow in online tournaments. So people are really trying to speed their Coutier so they never have to go to time. But that has its kind of own risks, right?
So
Rosie coming down now.
High risk, high return. I always say that if you're playing too conservatively, you're basically giving your opponent space, the breathing space that they require to actually plan out their own ways. You saw what happened when Manlong does the damage deny route for 2 turns. It means that you are lacking 2 extra cards otherwise that you could have drive check with.
Yeah.
And GG's, look at that. GG's even with 0 cost. Hey, I'm gonna give you 4.
That's right. Just trigger good, right? Now, I wonder how long Manlong is going to deny counterblast for GG's though. I think it'll be interesting to see if he continues going this route. Because let's be real here, right? His situation ain't great.
Nope, it's not pretty at all.
So 4 damage. If he gives the damage to GG's, next turn drag driver comes down, makes just
unwelcome entrance.
He finally made his attack.
Yeah, Coutier swinging in. Where is it swinging to? I think this will be very telling where it goes. Oh, he's going to give it damage now. All right.
That's a defensive right from the start.
Yeah, he's actually just not holding back anymore. Just going in. Just pray for the heal come out here. But he just wants to push.
It's become his pace of his play as well.
Kind of wondering about that because if I'm not mistaken, isn't that Rosa the one that was actually removed from play from the G assist instead?
Yeah.
I think he put his G assist cards
away
at the top on the laptop, right?
Right.
So it's like a Sedna. They both have pink hair, so you know.
They both have pink hairs.
But yeah, the Rosa coming out. It's trying to compress the deck slightly, and then the clear also just offering a draw. And
all right.
Triple drive as well.
Triple drive.
Not really a lethal triple drive, but a pray for heal kind of triple drive.
A pray for heal kind of
or at least even out the playing field.
All right, yeah. So the GGS is actually requesting to see all of the cards at hand, on the field.
Bind zone.
The bind zone, yeah. I mean, all this information is critical because you do not want to make any mistakes during this final.
And
you want to
there's
be crowned
a
the champion.
crit, I think, comes out, but no heal, unfortunately. But GG's went for the guard.
Went for the 3 to pass.
Yeah. This is like guarding old strides, 3 to pass. And then lastly, this clear, I think.
The heal trigger, 20k heal, more than enough.
And if that was not a heal trigger, like an old heal trigger, that wouldn't be enough.
That wouldn't be enough.
Like
You still need 5k shield. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a 28. So, that 20k is really coming in handy. Prism kind of hits those weird numbers where you kind of want a normal heal versus a heal guardian, but at the same time, the early game that they can like put out, you do want a heal guardian.
It's kind of like a pro-con thing, but you can see so far the games that we've been watching from GGS showcase that there is more value in the old heal trigger here than he would have from playing heal guardians instead.
Yeah. Now, GG's. I feel like I'm not. Ooh, is playing something down. Is he gonna go
kinda
for
thinking?
the?
Kind of
tier 2?
Deciding.
Because this may make or break his fight. Because Manlong does have a pretty healthy hand size, but he's sitting at 4. So there is a chance that if he do it right, he can end the fight right here.
Yeah, I'm just still thinking about that last turn, like not riding into the drag driver.
Might have slowed down things a bit,
if he committed a bit more, he was very, very safe. He was very, very safe. Right now, we're staring down a situation where if he had crits on a drag driver, it would be very nice. It would be very nice. But so far, not so great. He's going to have to go into kind of a weaker pseudo stride if he's going to do it.
So alright. So we see the owl popping off there, and then going in with the Luar.
He's going for the pop
card.
He's retiring the Rosa. Now, definitely enough he's definitely got enough things in the drop zone, so he can pseudo stride. I think a lot of the drag drivers are out though. I think at least 2 are out.
Yep, being returned there, so I think that's fine. So that means there's still 1 inside the deck. Yeah, don't forget, GGS is playing only 3 drag drivers.
Yeah, so I feel like here GG's is actually just gonna straight up push. If you can get a more Fessa on that double force line, that's already good enough, Even though nothing comes with innate crit, he can still put on a pretty threatening situation because we saw the triggers from Manlon. They weren't that impressive, and Manlon's already on very high damage. So
going for the Sharon here.
Usually you split the force markers, I feel like, at least on your first stride. But when you stack it, you kind of know you'd want to go for that more Fessa value. And looks like the camera
on Manlong's side is a bit shaky.
It's falling apart.
It might be too intense. It might kick the table or something.
Yeah. The fight has been too intense.
Alright, so now in itself, you're looking into how GGS would like to set up his board right here. Sharon already came out. Gonna be thinking about what else in the arsenal that you can actually think of right now that could bring the edge. It's gonna be more Fessa.
Yeah, more Fessa. Yeah, definitely. When you see the double stack, it's value time, right? It's more Fessa value time. But you only get 2 calls from this first stride. He has to really commit a few more cards down, I think.
And no criticals though. That is still the hard part right here. You're going in with pretty non-lethal rearguard attacks. If Manlong is brave enough, could just take 1.
Yep, that's true.
If you ask me, right, I think one of the cards that could potentially change this fight would be the Death Armor Dragon.
Yeah, but you want to save that up for that really final turn, Or this is
true.
The attack that is gonna come in is gonna be like having lethal attacks. Let's save that up, Let's just wait it out. Maybe my opponent forgot about it. maybe I forgot about it.
That's the worst case scenario.
Yeah. We see GG's committing a booster behind that Morfessa. But maybe this is enough. You know, that drag drive Lord's already hitting 23 by itself.
Hang on.
But you know, do you wanna push even harder? I think he's just reconsidering his options.
Or the location of the Sharon, yeah.
Manlong has a hand, but it's not a great hand. But you also have to gauge, like, how much you have to commit in order to, you know, seal the game here, right? Because you don't want to just suddenly lose next turn as well. Even though he's at 2, triple drive is scary, 5 attacks is scary.
Yep. So. Basically, anything that comes after from Manlong's turn is going to be able to kind of stabilize the playing field right here. Manlong's hand has the capacity to guard all of this. You know, can even take 1 damage. There are no lethals on the rear guards just yet. Yeah, let's see how it plays out. You know, Bermuda has this knack of coming back. You know, you come from behind, sneak up on you when you least expect it.
They did an encore. That's what they say.
We see Gigi. I think he just he called it. Is that a Leah foul? Right, no, he called a Leah foul to call out an owl.
An owl, yeah.
Just for that extra draw.
And compression.
Yeah, compression, very important.
Compression.
But this gives him like three grade 1s. So, you know, drag driver hitting slightly higher as well. It's hitting like 28.
All right, so yeah.
Ooh, he replaces the Leah foul with a Decremps.
Not a bad idea, to be honest.
So now this is hitting for 13. Easy 5k guard.
Easy
drag driver. Yeah, drag driver. This one is a big one. This one is 33. And now let's see if Manlong takes it. No crit. No need to be afraid. But basically nothing else has a crit. But that Morfessa line is hitting just 30k by herself. And then she can call something, and then a boost, or, you know, just in general, just do more attacks.
Do more attacks, yeah. I mean, the hand size that Manlong has, you know, I think it is dedicated to guarding. Doesn't really need a lot of those components inside, but do have to, you know, again, they do have to be careful, because, you know, the one-off specials that belongs in the Highlander deck, you could really potentially need it during a time of crisis.
Yeah.
Oh, he got a trigger.
A heal trigger, which will not proc, but then, you know, it's a welcoming sight.
Yeah, so you can do these just swing in, I guess, you know. Try and make Manlong got at least one of them.
Big power, you know, big strides, but then again, not gonna be a problem for Manlong to guard right now.
And Subsystem guarded every attack this turn.
Yeah, these are like yeah. The problem, these are like 3-card discards. It's not like you have infinite hand as Prism, right? You get a lot of hand, but you don't get infinite hand.
He had 14 minus .6. That's late. Yeah, not bad.
So there's a force marker. So Manglong's still going strong at the moment.
Another force marker coming down. So, you know, slowly scaling, right? But, you know, you think of these force markers because Prism like bounces. They're basically double dipping those force markers every single turn, just like how Morfessa sometimes would double dip. But he's got the Cotier.
Thinking about it, calculating. You know, what's left, what's missing, what could I call?
Yeah, the thing with Cotier is that in these builds, at least in the traditional Highlander, they were basically tutors. But now in these Prism hybrids, they're basically just, I hope I hit something, right? And if I hit it, that's good. If I don't, well, try again next time, right?
Too bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, going through. Ooh, gets the Ellie. Wait, is that Ellie or is that Rosa?
Aqua, I think it's Aqua.
Aqua? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Because now you can bounce the Cotier again and then play it down again.
Nobody hates that at all. You're seeing a shadow of the premium version of the Highlander loop here.
Yes,
just a bit. All right. Manlong is just, you know, all the setup that they have is just riding on this.
Yeah, Soul Blaster for Vert. Don't forget to do that, guys, when you play Prism.
Yeah, when you play Prism, sometimes you can kind of lose your momentum if you forget that the cost has to be played early.
Yeah. It's just something that, like, one of the things you have to do in a turn, and sometimes you forget,
And that's it.
Manlong's really thinking of this turn because he's just so close, He's so close to, like, dying.
Dying? Yeah, that's the thing. So close. I want to say victory, but not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. He's a bit far from that.
Yeah,
but-
even with Bird's ability to call another unit, but I don't think it's enough. Because considering that GGS only has 2 damage at this moment, unless he gets a double crit.
Triple drive
He
is
has triple
scary.
drive, so if he
Triple
wants to
drive
hit
is
some
scary.
crits, this is the time. This is the time.
Rosa's giving all the extra attack. Clear is going to give that extra hand. Yeah.
I mean, it'll be interesting if GG just no guards this. Take. Ooh, did you see that hand movement? And he's got Manlong. Did you see that? Just that shake. He's ready. He's ready to do it.
Yeah.
Third check. Ooh, that's a heal.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wind's blowing. And
That's
he does
right.
that.
That's right. 2 powers separates the powers. 2 damage going to 4. Right.
They're not too far away from each other.
Hands are a bit shaking there. I can see the excitement in Manlong. Okay, so now it's in my favor. Now, the ball's in my court. I'm doing the pressure right now. I'm doing the attacks.
I'm the captain
GG's
now.
The captain.
I don't know, like GG's doesn't want to go to 5, but at the same time, I don't think he has much of a choice. Look at the amount of cards he has to drop for like these guards. It's just not good. It's not good. But if you go to 5, the next Prism turn is going to be heavy. Yeah.
Yep. So no defensive coming down on GGS's side, right? So it means that he does have it, right? A critical trigger, is that it? Is that what he got just now? No, but still, it's 30k shield apiece. That's like
he threw it up. He threw 2 of his huge triggers.
Yeah, that 20k, doing some work, right? But I think he just missed like an intercept as well. So maybe he could have gotten slightly more value, but don't be afraid. You can still Dragheart can still stack 2 and still get the draw. So I guess that's pretty good.
Yeah, kind of
And
thinking
if you
that
don't use your
he's gonna be
you don't
using it for
intercept,
Dragheart.
just draw card.
So,
He's gonna use Drag Driver.
What we can tell from the previous clash just now was that I don't think there's any more heals in GGS's side. A lot of them has been pulled out. It's drive check showcase 1 and then usage was 3. So it means that there could possibly be 1 to 0. That's not good. That's not good at all. Considering that Manlong is now poised to actually bounce back his heal trigger.
I mean, 4 cards for GG's, but remember, if you can get a good drag drive turn, you can start drawing a few more cards. But I think like he hasn't been fully utilizing his deck ramps. Like last turn, okay, maybe there wasn't a good time for it, but when you don't use the deck ramps, you're like just losing out on free intercepts, And I think we'll have to see how it goes.
You're kind of thinking about the extra shields, You're undervaluing those boosters in Luart's deck. Again, could have gotten more value. It was only a 30k shield, but going over and beyond with double heals just now. I mean, that would actually bite GGS back when it comes back to Manlong's turn.
Yeah, it looks like there's just some interactions going on. People sitting patiently. Be interesting to see what's happening.
Maybe dispute is happening right now. Something might have happened, or maybe it's just a clarification of skills. That we're seeing right now, trying to clarify a few things. So Manlong is holding his hands up. Explaining that certain things are happening, certain interactions are happening, and quite possibly calculating hand size.
Possibly.
Yeah. I mean, it's
It's a very weird odd situation.
He's probably talking to the judge or something like that. Because GG's, his demeanor just sitting patiently, kind of thing. But yeah, we'll try and
get more
information, figure out what's going on. But who do you think has the advantage right now, Amar?
Man Long, definitely Man Long. I mean, I was kind of sus when he was going for the, I'm not gonna attack you. I'm just gonna pass 2 turn. Might have cost him a bit of a card there, but all in all, you're seeing it paying off right now. Slowly but surely, yeah. The triple drives keeps coming in, getting value at each turn, yeah. Critical, and then getting a heal, and we can't really undervalue the Rosa and the clear combos that we've been seeing right now.
Yeah, I mean,
it
feels like a missed opportunity on that first ride for GG's. Maybe you just didn't have the resource, but I feel like if you calculate what could have worked, I think there was enough.
There was enough. There was definitely enough. You could have gotten 3 force marker, not to mention that you would have been quite a lethal threat against Man Long, yeah, during your second grade 3 turn. It a bit of a weird situation or call, yeah, but we have to understand that when these players are sitting in the grand final stage right here, they have a plan.
Yeah, I mean, this is different between like 4 PRs and 2 PRs. And I mean, I think another thing is also like it comes down to adaptability of the players. Like I think normally Han Long would want to push, right? But Man Long, sorry. But normally he'd want to push, right? But because we saw that G assist there, right? And it wasn't
kind of hurt. But the plus minus was still a bit like still okay. It means that you do not get any additional cards going into your hand, but it doesn't matter. You want to ride up safely into Vert, and all in all, you just want to ensure that you have a peaceful time during your first grade 3 attack.
Oh, they're resuming.
Yeah, so they're back, and looks like GG's is continuing the play.
Oh, okay, nicely done. So possibly everything has been resolved, yeah. So going into the drag driver. So this time around, yes, potentially damaging rearguard attacks, yeah, that we're gonna be seeing.
Ooh, here we go. This is the play. It's gonna be a big one. But the good thing about Man Long here is that he's kind of set up. Right, he's set up like his damage in a way, and when you're playing against drag driver, right, or Luwad in general, you don't want to be on even damage, right? Because if you're even, you're you go to 2-4, then oh no, right? What happened? You kind of can't take any more damage anymore, right? Because everything gets crit. Unless you no guard the Vanguard, because that's the only thing on that field that doesn't get crit. At some point in the game, they're going to compress so hard that it's just going to be yellow stars right in that very thin deck. So, staying on odd damage is usually just better because, when something gets too big, right, you see that like 9 stack of force markers underneath that Morpheus, you're like, well, I can only guard one of them, but at least I can take the other one, right? So, Man Long kind of set that up pretty well, unintentionally, intentionally, but unintentionally, right? But it's when it works, right? When it works, heal.
But now,
just that heal popping on. He needed that heal anyway, right?
Needed
that heal. He was in huge problems, but came out at the right time, right?
Yep. So now, even though it is dangerous to be taking any of the rearguard attacks here, it is not lethal for Man Long. You can still take it. Get your counter blast. You're gonna be in a very comfortable position. But you cannot discount the fact right now that there are so many force markers, yeah, on GGS's field. It's been split up quite evenly, yeah, 3 and 2. The Morphesa's coming out, and I believe that is that a niche?
Morphesa is beginning his attack first.
It's gonna be a niche, yeah. So the multi attacks are coming in, but with the consideration of many of the critical triggers already coming out from GGS's side, you could opt to just guard the rearguard attacks and just eat the Vanguard. That is the most safest route that you can get right now, but also the most dangerous. Yeah, seeing GGS popping off that double crit just now could be a possibility that another miracle 2 criticals might be coming out here as well.
That is true.
Yeah. And
as interesting as it goes, okay, Abyssal Owl is going to be taking the place of Professor. You saw Manlong actually dropping just about two triggers there, yeah, to guard. And now, alright, so the second attack coming in is slightly lower value, but it doesn't matter. What GGS wants to do right now is to bait Manlong to actually take one of this so that every attack that is coming next would be lethal.
I mean, the beautiful thing about the owl here is, you can soul blast, draw a card kind of thing, but also, right, it's 5k, but guess what? 3 force markers under that, it's 35k.
Yep.
That's a
steady
not
attack.
bad.
Yeah, it's
So
steady.
at those kind of power levels, right? It's
a heal. He actually has a heal.
Ooh, that is the final heal trigger.
Yeah, GG's getting that heal.
And the draw trigger.
It's a draw triggers. Ooh.
That is a value drive check.
Yeah, that sure is. It just comes down to when you start compressing as well with Luard. You get into the situations.
Value defensive
draw trigger
unlock, that
on
is a draw trigger. Just making that hand bigger as it goes, and then finally a final well, it's just a sentinel for the final attack.
Yeah.
Looks like Manlong has survived the turn once again.
Not much of a change right here from GGS's side. You can see that it was quite comfortable for Manlong. Yeah, wasn't really having any problems with it, but it does swing the game a bit into GGS's favor. That heal definitely coming in when he needs it to. Both players are at a very comfortable position.
But here we're starting to see the outscaling by the Luard deck, right? You look at Manlong's side. Okay, there's 3 force markers. That's nice. That's nice. 5 attacks. You get to double dip on those force markers. That's kind of like 6, right? But then you look at GG's side. That is 6 force markers, just base. Right?
Just
6
base.
force markers.
Yeah.
And if you put a more Fester on that 4 stack, it's +4. It's like +4 force marker.
Force marker.
Yeah, it's like 10, right? And then like if you think about it, other terms of power, right? Like okay, drag drive Luard, that gets a bunch of power for no reason. So yeah, it's just a lot of power going around. Prism of course gets power as well. Rosa gets a 10k by itself, but 10k to the whole field, and then Clear gives the 10k to itself. But just the amount of like. The Wad is just outpacing the force marker in terms of like force marker generation and power generation like every single turn. But the interesting thing with this Highland list is again the courtiers, right? Manlong's at a time in the game where now every single courtier that comes down gets him whatever he wants to get, right? And that just accelerates his hand count, thins the deck because we're now going to be seeing like crits and heals just popping up.
That is a double heal stack right there.
Yeah.
You don't want to see that. You don't want Manlong to be popping it off right now. You can definitely do that.
Yes.
All right, just verifying that there are no pairs being called out from the courtier's ability, and that is the deck size right now. It's pretty compressed. And then you're seeing how Highlander shines as well. So we know that Luard scales in the late game. You can pretty much say the same for Highlanders as well.
Yeah.
Compression after compression after compression. This is
just the extra compression is very, very good on this Highlander one, and I think this is something that I like how this is like a new kind of tech for Prism, right? Because we're used to the good old Prism, right?
The good old Prism, yeah,
that works very well, right? But we've got a Highlander variant that's come out like you could say like 7 to 9 months into kind of this established metagame. We think about like, especially from these Singaporean players as well. These players usually play also in the Japanese format. That Bermuda set came out like December 11th last year, exactly 1 year ago, pretty much, right? And if we're looking at these like Prism builds or Bermuda builds in general, they've kind of developed to a point where now there's another build so far down the track. Right? nearly a year. Well, nearly a year it got developed, and now we have a new Prism build versus like the ones that we've seen since last time.
Yep. Regardless, it's pretty interesting because Manlong coming in to showcase, the Hong Kong style of playing Prism.
Hong Kong style.
Yeah, it's interesting in itself because we rarely get to see or hear how the Vanguard scene is going on inside over there. Yeah, and now showcasing that we're here not to just play, we're here to fight, and we're here to bring home the bragging rights. You got a champion coming in.
I mean, I think the first time we saw this kind of Highlander list was in WGP Hong Kong. And then I did see some extra lists from WGP China as well, where they kind of adapted this build. And I guess this is kind of just the Prism build that's also gone down to the SEA region too. So it's very interesting how these builds kind of, get developed and get like floating around. And people just adapting it into their decks. Yeah. And now we're seeing it in BRO.
No mere cheap imitations.
Oh, here comes the attacks.
Tried and true. This is my style of play. This is going in, showcasing that very soon people are going to be calling it, Manlong's Prism.
the Manlong Prism. Now, this is actually a scary triple drive now.
Very, very
because
scary.
we've seen a lot of Katias come down this turn. He even put one in the back.
Super compression, super compression happening.
A triple drive with a compressed deck is actually very, very scary.
So the power ups are coming from both sides. So that's an easy plus 10k, and then you have Clear's ability as well. But I think Manlong is opting not to use it, or it's still on standby. We're yet to see. But guess no. Yeah, I guess not. GGS is just putting in a no pass there.
Okay, so there's a crit, first crit.
That's the second crit.
Yeah, whoa.
Oh.
And there's a draw.
That's
wow. That's a triple trigger right there.
The games are just going back and forth here.
Yeah.
Damn.
Now, this is very scary on GG's side. He's on 4, so that's the perfect amount of damage you don't want to be against things lethal.
Yeah, everything's lethal, and then that heal trigger is going to be returned.
Ooh.
My
just
God.
The compression happening. Right.
Yeah. You're just outscaling your opponent bit by bit. GGS is feeling that, feeling that heat. Kinda understand that, I cannot allow my opponent to shuffle their deck any longer. That heal's going back to the bottom of the deck. That's fine. Stay there. I'm gonna try to end this my turn, my way. This time around.
Another perfect guard.
Wow, perfect guard comes out here at the perfect timing, because they were these were actually scary columns. Now we're going to GG's next turn, right? Look at the amount of the force markers again, right? I just have to say he's gonna get another one too if he drag drivers, which I really assume he will, right? Because if he doesn't,
this could be a problem.
Yeah, it might be a problem, right? But drag drivers next turn, we saw Manlong get like a draw trigger. Right, a draw sentinel. So that saves him from one attack. But how much? Like his hand is actually quite decent. But we have to remember, Highlander hands are a bit fake.
Yes.
They use a lot of,
all the key component.
A lot of nothings.
He's got a lot of cards.
A lot of cards.
A lot of normal units though, right? We saw a triple trigger last turn though.
But nothing much happened, yeah.
Yeah, can that save him? Does he have enough trigger power? Defensive power to save him? And if it does, I'm feeling like Manlong could lose his entire hand because he is at that damage range as well where you kind of don't want to be. Right,
yeah, everything is effectively double critical at this moment, except the Vanguard circle.
Right there. So Nightmare Painter coming in, soul charging that draw trigger, that's definitely fine. And we're going to be seeing Drag Driver's appearance. Oh, wait. What's happening right there?
Oh?
Is that a attack?
Alright, so putting into contestation, so there is an interaction happening right now. So,
he's doing the effect.
Okay. Yeah, he's doing the effect. Just thinking, I was wondering, was he attacking?
Yeah, I was like, that's scary, man. Yeah, you at least want to move up the other card, right? Like,
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing superior call over there, buddy. There's nothing there.
That's right. That's right. So let's go drag driver, and I think he gets to put back another card too.
Let's see whether he can drag driver drag.
Yeah. So all in all, you're going to be seeing quite a bit of a play right now. But is it because there's not enough great ones to go around? You see the drag driver, below the drag card right now. So GGS is thinking about the great ones that he wants to superior call. How many are left? There is a possibility that he had actually miscalculated certain units.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to such a low deck count, you just run out of grade ones. So when you're also like, one of the reasons why again I don't like the I think he's putting 3, right?
Yeah,
he's on the 3.
Is
you always kind of, you have one turn or one turn earlier, you're kind of always forced to put back a drag driver. So you can't just put back 2 value grade ones and call them out again. But I mean, it's working for GG's here. And let's see what he's calling out. He needs a Morfessa, right?
Definitely needs a Morfessa, yep.
Yeah, he can basically just call whatever he wants to call right now.
Everything's gonna come out, and this is the time where we can actually see Leoleil's actually shine. The power's gonna be coming in big right now.
And GGS deck is very, very thin.
Yes, it's going to be saving it for the after turn. Yeah, maybe possibly superior calling it with Morfessa. That would actually be an icing on the cake. That would actually be a multi-attack with value.
Look at the amount of deck count for he can't even shuffle it properly. You know, the basically
it's just compressed.
Yeah, and I mean he has damage zone to work with too, so he can technically take 2 more damage. But does he have any? I hope he doesn't have any more draw triggers in his deck.
I don't think GGS has a next turn either.
I mean, we've only seen 2 come out so far, so there's gonna be 2 more, or the possibility of it already being in his hand.
No, 3, because he used 1 earlier to guard the initial attack.
So all in all, that's a very small pile there to work on.
I mean, he might be able to guard the next turn, because don't forget that he can take at least 2 of the attacks early on. He has 1s as well, right? Does he want to use the owl?
Well, 0 hand size, calculating the triggers.
No, his hand is in front of the drag driver.
There's about 3 cards.
Yeah, he's looking at it. He's going, do I want to draw? I think he actually just needs to get rid of the drag driver from the soul, or otherwise he actually goes for the draw. But I'm wondering now, can he take the 2 damage, also do the drive checks, also do a draw for the turn, and still get like a twin drive next turn if we're looking at like surviving
this round? He can.
I definitely do think he can survive, right? It's not a question of survival. I think he can, but it's just the follow up after that. If he does not devastate Manlong's hand like right here,
it can be a bit difficult, but I believe it's still a possibility. It all falls down to going back to drag driver. You're putting back.
Never underestimate how much cards Luwad can take away from an opposing player, because this is where it's at,
Yeah, this is at its finest. Yeah, Luwad at its finest in the AO region, showcasing that no matter how much pressure I'm gonna get from 5 attacks per turn, hey, you know what? I can do that too.
Yep. And this is the Morfessa swinging in. He's guarding with an Ellie and 2 other cards.
There was a heal guardian as well, but it's just a heal trigger at the moment.
Yeah, that was a 60k Ellie. I mean, not an Ellie, 60k Morfessa.
60k Morfessa, yeah.
I mean, the 60k Ellie would be pretty good. Better than an over trigger,
Bigger than an over trigger.
That's right. And you get to search yourself.
And all in all, it's looking pretty stable on Manlong's side. But again, that hand is running out pretty fast. Yeah, it's thinning out.
And he only, from what we have seen,
that's not good.
From what we have seen, I think Manlong only has 1 perfect guard in his hand, so we get defended.
In the drop zone.
I think he might be Manlong might be forced to no guard the drag driver, which is very scary.
But look at that hand though. There's two sentinels in that hand right now.
Oh, there's two sentinels?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Because we saw one on the previous
It's
drive check.
primed for both the rear guards, and yeah, thinking about it, it might be time to just eat the Vanguard. But at the same time, if he wants to go for the safe play, I'm just gonna guard everything.
Yeah. This that's a double. Is that a double swheels line? That is a huge line.
That's a double yields, meaning that the 30k a piece.
Yeah, that's
of power. So, looking at it,
that might be
46,
excessively large, to be honest.
yeah, excessively large. There's 5 force markers there, right? So that means
there is 5 force markers
that's
there.
96k. That's 96k in power coming in from the Leo's lane. That definitely needs a sentinel.
Yeah, so he has to save a sentinel for that. This side is like a Brandon's 13 boosted by an 8, so 21, 41 with a crit. The Vanguard is actually bigger, and I think you're just assuming that you can trigger crits here, but another 3-card guard from Manlong's side. And 2 Ellies are being used here.
So apparently information just came in, that the Highlander build that we've been seeing from Hong Kong, the ones that we've been talking about, the Prism and etc. Apparently, it's been made to my attention that Manlong is the origin of all of these deck builds. Yeah.
Oh, so he is.
Oh, wow.
He came from this person. He created the hype.
He is the OG.
The OG of the Highlander Hybrid Prism with the Coutier engine. Thank you, Kenneth. That was very good information.
Yeah, I mean, if Manlong wins this one, it's like kind of just taking his own build deck to the finals, right?
Yeah, solidifies. I'm the creator. I'm the OG. I'm the Gilgamesh. Of Prism. Prism right here.
That's right, and he's got the this is an interesting card. It's a sister curve, right?
Oh,
and he can stun. He can technically stun an opponent regard, and it helps. It helps you it helps you just put a card back into the deck, right? So any key grade 3 that you put away, now you increase your deck count by 1 again. Just a nice multifaceted card, as well as it gets power, it gets some power as well. So
all in all, it's still from the side of GGS to be attacking, but it seems that Cardfight interaction is coming out from Manlong.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared on GG's side. His deck count is so low, right? It's actually so low. He can take some damage. He can take 2 damage, I think, right? But the problem is, does he have a next turn if he does? And that's a really big question you have to ask. Like the pluses of taking some damage, right? Oh no, he's on 4. Okay, so he can only take 1. So he can take 1 damage. The plus of taking 1 damage is that he's at 5. Manlong can't heal, which could be good because Manlong's deck very low count. He's quite likely to get a heal, like trigger heal and go down to 3, and that could be devastating. But again, he has to. GG's at this point needs to guard 4 attacks with the amount of cards he has in his hand.
This ain't gonna be fun. The deck is as compressed as it gets. And looking into it, is this gonna be a very form of a very semi-loop here, because this Piana is already in hand, can come back down, can just put back the Heal Guardian going back into the deck. It's not fun.
It's not fun for definitely not fun for GG.
Back without much problem. A lot of triggers has come out from both players' side, but an extra additional 10k power, not to mention that you're able to heal down. That spells doom. If anything, Kai, it spells doom.
This is final turn for both players. Pretty sure.
That's a heal. Yeah, there's a heal guardian right there. The cards are being shuffled. There's a minimum of 2 that I'm seeing right now, and that's That's not good.
Yeah, Cotier really popping off. He's turning. You know what we'd say? What we were saying before. Highlander big hand. Maybe a lot of it is a fake hand, but you know, getting those Ellies, getting any, just power cards now. It's just on demand power cards. Get them back. Continue getting them back. You start being unstoppable, and really like.
They're both very thinned out. Like really thinned out for both sides.
But instead of a Heal Guardian, decided to put in.
Oh, counter shot.
Oh yeah, because you need to put in the same card name as the Vanguard, right? So Vert is going back in, and shouldn't be a problem. You get a counter charge right there. It's pretty clear cut right now that Manlong is in no danger of decking out.
I mean the sign of a good Prism player has been always: do you write Vert?
Do you write
right? Do you write Vert? And then do you ride Vert the next turn? And we see, like, you know, Manlong, he's got 3 force markers. He's definitely doing something right.
That alley is gonna be like, you know, just making a short appearance there and then coming back up.
Yeah, GG's here. He's
GG's for GG's.
Pretty pressured right now. If I was in GGS's side, because again, I think what bites back at GGS is the fact
takes
that
that is a draw trigger.
Oh.
I mean, it's kind of good defensively, but not when your deck is that thin. Again, what's biting back at GGS might be that, you know, not going for that early deck driver.
Yes. But that draw trigger has been pretty good. He's able to just like call one and intercept one. That's kind of value, but we're looking at a deck. Is that one or two? Is that two cards in deck?
2 cards
in deck, yeah. Fun, isn't it? Definitely
not only you can take
back
damage
more cards, you know, with drag driver, but with drag card. But again, there's 3 actually. There's 3 or 4.
There's 3.
Yeah, there's 4 there. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's deceiving, but it's there.
I mean, there is one thing he can do, and that is he can return 2 cards back, but fail to stride. Yeah,
still can do that. Yeah, that's still a possibility. No problem.
And I think it's all good as long as he has like a Morfessa in his hand, right? So
that's the question right there. Do you have Morfessas, or has it been all, you know, called out, reused, abused, and this is all that's left?
Yeah, because like next turn he'll go down to 2 cards in deck when he draws, and I mean he can still do a stride to drag drive, but then he can't call anything because he'll go to 4 and then call the drag drive and get it back to 3.
Oh, there's another crit.
I mean, I think we're going to be seeing like a bunch of nice triggers coming out, right?
It should be. Possibility is extremely high. GGS is making all of their considerations right there.
I think GG's was kind of smart just taking that 1 damage early because you know, that heal going off again. That heal going to 3 would have been pretty
done. Yeah,
pretty tough to come back from.
And not mentioned he has 1 counterblast on. So if he do survive, he just might be able to turn this around.
GG's side right now, yeah?
Yeah, the scary thing also is that, you know, if Malong went to like 3, his deck is so compressive. He like takes 2 damage, might be just 2 triggers coming out, you know?
The possibility is there, but we've seen Highlander compressing their decks and still whiffing. Still a possibility there. I wouldn't put my faith in compression just yet, but it's been working well for Manlong so far.
Yeah, I want to see how is GG's gonna guard this? He's sitting in the pose, you know. This is not a pose you wanna see.
A very defensive pose, yeah. You know, opting that, you know, you're reliant on your opponent. You know, just please stop. You know, this is too much on my end. Just. But if it goes back into GG's turn, you know, it still has a shot.
Yeah, most definitely. He's looking at all his options. Look at this. He's checking his triggers.
Yeah,
checking the damage.
Never a good sign there when we see players do that. But it's often out of habit. Yeah, just calculating the triggers calculating how many heal triggers you have, because, you know, it's your choice whether or not you wish to take that damage so that you can kind of get a heal trigger coming in. But if I'm not mistaken, GG's used up all of his heal triggers. So yeah, no choice but to go on the defense right now. You know, expanding your hand to survive, I wouldn't say it's wrong. I wouldn't say that there's anything wrong with that. You just gotta make it your turn.
Yes, and like, you know, force markers, you know, they make anything big.
Yeah, I know, right?
So
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering what's happening right now. This is the second drive check, and there's a lull right now. Yeah.
Oh, he's
Okay,
decided to put on
choosing
rear.
Rear. Okay, so that is a blank. Yeah. So that's a pretty smart move right there to Manlong. But it means that GG survives. Yeah.
God.
Definitely. Yeah.
He got it.
Live to
Everything.
fight another day, and this is the
The
primordial
final turn. Oh,
final
GG,
turn
yes.
for GG's.
Okay,
Another dragon.
he rides a drag heart. Oh no, it's time.
It's time.
It's time.
Oh,
This is what
boy.
we've been waiting for. The penultimate, finest moment of Luart.
This is amazing, guys. They somehow
Is that-
managed to fight
Is
the
that-
bare bone.
Is that 3 cards in his deck?
Three
Yes,
cards. Yep.
three
Three
cards.
cards left.
Okay, this is kind of perfect, but he only has 1 CB to work with. Hey, ooh, that's
Still
tough. If he just doesn't have a Morfessa in his hand, he can't make that insane push, you know.
But in itself, I can kind of say that it's still fine. Might be that you are stretching it with the amount of attacks that you're going for. But in all consideration, you just gotta deal a lot of the damages right now. So Morfessas, we've seen 2 came out so far. From the calculations that's been going on, 2 has come out. High possibility that it is in GG's hand. So we're waiting on some confirmation right now. I believe that the players are just reviewing the situation, waiting on the judge call. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. Drag Driver and Branwyn is what they're thinking of.
Or actually, I can't see Manlong on his table right now. Could be there's a short pause that's happening right now.
Go into the
maybe.
washroom because it was quite intense.
But
It was
still,
quite intense.
yeah. What a game! Yeah,
What a game indeed.
gentlemen. This is as exciting as it gets for the grand finals. We're going in for the kill right now. This is
Yeah,
where
but-
it's at. The intensity.
Yeah, I got a message as well. Apparently, Manlong is the WGP HK champion. of this
Yeah. More information is being cropping out right now. Just going in and
So it wasn't an ordinary opponent after all.
the
Yeah,
OG, the legend.
Yeah, we've been talking about it's the OG, and then he also won with this. So it's just getting another win would be very nice, right? But it's just coming down to, can he survive GG's push here.
So we're kind of waiting on it right now. I believe that something is happening on the end of Manlong's, but so far, the dark horse has turned out to be quite the competitor.
I mean, this is a very, very tight game. Both players down to 3 cards in deck, right? Manlong actually just can't take any damage. Like,
Yes.
Definitely.
yeah, actually, well, he can take a drag driver that doesn't crit, right? And then he draws 1 and he has 1 card left in deck and he can do anything. If he takes just 2 damage, even if the second card that he gets is a heal, he loses due to deck out.
Yes.
So yeah, this is as tight as it gets. If GG's has a Morfessa, I think this is game.
But upon consideration as well, should be fine, because even if the deck count is small on Manlong's side, GG's practically have non-existent hands to guard. Again, we're looking into how the Rosar and the Clears are gonna attack, with the power line that they have. But for both players, this is grind time. Deck size, hand size, field size, they're all about the same. All that matters right now is heart, perseverance, experience, and luck.
That's right. That's right. This is such a tight game right now. It is so close. It is so close. Literally, everyone is living by a knife's edge, and it's, how do you say it, right? Living on the edge, right?
Living on the edge.
Yeah, one misplay, and the game just could be over.
Yep, and this is truly worthy of the grand finals, to be fought all the way down to their bare bones to this moment.
Okay, action is happening.
Right. I mean,
Rise the
we've been
drag
waiting for a
driver.
while, but I guess there's a resolution this now that we were waiting for, and everything seems to be all clear. So yeah.
Oh, now
He's actually splitting like the force markers, so it kind of tells you that he doesn't have the
Morfessa.
like Morfessa. So what might just happen? He just moves up
Three
2 grade ones, and
Three attacks.
yeah, literally just pick your pile. You split into 3 piles or 1 card each.
One,
And you
2,
pick your
yeah,
poison,
it's
right?
1, 2, 2 actually. So that's 5. That's 5 cards there.
Oh, there's 5 cards. Okay, all right. So he can act. Yeah, that's right. If he drives, he can't use.
No more Fessa, I suppose. That's a bit of a crying shame.
But right now, he just need to get 1 attack in to
Can
completely
I use
deck out
Drag
Mango.
Driver's ability? That shouldn't be a
Yeah.
problem in calling out 1 card. Could be safe, you know? Kind of like a thing that you can kind of go for.
He's just wondering where to call that last card.
You're... I don't really... Is that a Morfessa in your hand? It's just... you know, he could be teasing us right now, you know, probably be in a pinch and then be all, you know, final turn, Mufasa.
No, it's
Lord.
Lord.
But do you actually? Do you want to call that there?
Yeah, I mean, there's no critical, there's no pressure on that Luward right now. Yeah, Casey slip. So, you know, that Luward is just out there to chill, you know?
Yeah, it's a flex Luward, you know. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh wow!
Wow!
Wow! That was so close.
GG's takes it home, guys. That was
That nearly became a misplay right there.
wow. That just
Oh my god, that was so good.
that came down right to the end. Right to the end. That's
It's not good for our hearts, to be honest.
Yeah,
You know, I was still holding my breath as the first attack was expected to be guarded against, but
I mean everything was so big. You know, it's just does he just have the guard for it, you know? Can he just like no guard the Vanguard? It just looks like he couldn't even guard any of the reguard columns. It was,
Yeah.
there was
Because
about, you
everything-
know, the drag card that came out, it looked like it was gonna be a mistake, but he saw it just in time, you know, just in
Yeah.
time. Well, I can't push this up. Yeah, so
in any case, congratulations, GGS. You are the VRO V Premium Champion.
Congratulations.
Well done.
Second place goes to Manlong. You know, the OG themselves, you know, came down, you know, gave you know, a fight all the way to the bitter end, and we just received Andre Lee. Congratulations for going third as well. Yeah, so congratulations to but still congratulations to our top 4. You guys have been insane. You know, you guys have, you know, we've been jumping one spot to another. So in any case, ladies and gentlemen, you know, don't go anywhere. You know, we're gonna go for a short break, but we're gonna be interviewing the champion after this. So don't go anywhere.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack Advance of Intertwined Stars! Coming soon! Bushiroad! Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader,
COVID-19 has definitely made things difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to remote fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to the remote fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time. If you found a creative way to hold the phone, do share with us in the comments. If you're using a phone or tablet, lock the orientation so that the video can be reversed. Whichever setup you use, please make sure your opponents can see your field and cards clearly. If you don't already have Discord, you can download it at discordapp.com. Make sure your video and audio capturing devices are working properly under the voice and video settings. After that, join the Bushiroad Remote Fight channel with this link. Once you're in, you will see this message. React to the message by clicking on the game that you wish to play. This gives you access to the respective game channels. Then, go to the respective channel of the game you wish to play. To request for an opponent from the channel bot, type @fight once. Sending another @fight will cancel your request. When an opponent is found, the bot will inform you. Now you can video call and contact each other to proceed with the fight. Please be reminded that you may encounter new players, so let's all be kind and patient to everyone. We hope you have fun and stay safe. But that does not mean that our lives and hobbies have to become a standstill.
Yes.
Wow, that was the finals, right? That was well. We have an interview with the champion, right? You know, we can ask him the questions we want to ask. How about we bring him in and ask him how it went?
There we go.
Hello.
There we go.
Hey, GG's. How's it going? How do you feel?
How you feeling, champ?
Pity. I still hasn't hit me yet.
Like still processing, right? Like how did this happen?
Yeah, especially after. I mean, everywhere was Prism. I was expecting at some point. I don't know. At some point, I misplayed and I thought I would lose.
Oh,
yeah. But it's okay. You managed to bring it home. That final game. Wow. I mean, I don't know. That was so close. It was so down to the wire. What were you thinking through the entire game?
I was thinking I misplayed on my turn 3, turn 4 where I would have I could have won that turn, but because I skipped my right phase to call the Great One and I tried to do a redo, but it wasn't able. So I believe that turn was the turn that almost cost me the game. Yeah, because I could have gotten my crits on my Great Ones, so I would have pushed him to. Yeah.
Oh, all right, that makes sense. What about let's talk about Luard, right? You know, I think everyone's popular pick was Prism, but you decided to go with Luard. Why is that?
To be honest, I wanted to build Highlander, but the Great 4 LIR was too expensive.
Oh, okay.
That was the main reason, and my friend had a Luard deck, so I chose to borrow from him.
It sounds like a very reasonable.
But I mean, Luard was my second choice, as I believe it was one of the better, closer to tier 1 decks. The longer I saw, the better it is. And since Prism had a bad downside for early game, I feel, because they had played a lot of the Highlander Grid 3, so they have a lot of trees in hand that they can't guard with. So I chose to play the early game with Luard.
Yeah, that really, we saw that aggression was really, really good. I guess the other question is, we've seen like other Luards run things like Apocalypse Bat for the extra multiple pack. You went kind of just pure honest, you know, get consistency kind of idea. Is there a reason why you prefer that?
For me, I think the Apocalypse Bat build it's a good build, but it's a bit risky. Like if you can't get Apocalypse Bat in, so I chose to go with Dead Armor as my tech. Cause Dead Armor forces their hand faster. I'm more of the rush build than stall to a great turn 4 build. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That answers a lot of questions. You know, if you're going for that early game, that Dead Armor could have just like one extra piece of work, right?
Yeah.
And Dead Armor is like very
Throughout
effective
the whole
during
round from Swiss to finals. Did you ever use the Dead Armor Dragon?
I did use in Swiss. Yep. It proved useful.
I think Leon had a question. What would your question?
Oh no, my question was more like I think I might just ask it because how often does the Dead Armor actually shows up on the field? Because it's like one of those things that can potentially turn the game around.
I tend to call it using on turn 4 skill, but I won't really block it. It's just there to pressure opponent to think that if they want to throw a negate for one of the attacks that they have planned for, I will force one more hand card from them. But I mean, in the end, it's just the pressure on board, I feel. Because at that point, sometimes I will have issue with Soul Blast, or some of my rear guards require 5 Great Ones on field, so if one retires, it affects my power a lot.
So it's more like a fence. So
I guess one of the other questions is, why no Heal Guardians?
Two reasons for that. One was I was scared of the matchup of Maelstrom, which I actually met one in Swiss. 20k guards are everywhere right now, so like that 20k shield actually helps. Then second if opponent sees my deck log and they see I don't play Heal Guardians, they might consider doing damage control on me, which I think is good for me. Or even if they try to rush, they might also try to rush and give me the counter blast. I'm okay with either. It's a bit of a mind game.
Okay, that's
I don't really see a point in for Lua. I don't really see a point in the minus, cause my rushing factor will be close to my opponent, so it's okay.
Okay. I guess another question is, how long have you practiced for BRO?
I gotten this deck. I borrowed this deck from my friend probably 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
No, I played Luwak before in Japanese. I just don't have the deck anymore.
The English.
Yeah, it's more or less the same play style as what I used to play. So I've tested a few decks before. So if I chose to play another deck, but my backup option after Luwak will be Narukami. But I mean, I also know how to play it quite okay. I wouldn't say I pilot it the best, but hey, I mean, at least I won.
Yeah, you did.
I mean, at least you won, right? So doesn't have to be that. It just has to win. Yeah. Guys, any questions you want to ask?
Amar can go first. I think Amar, you go first.
Okay. Amar, you go.
Oh, well, nothing much, but congratulations, champ. This is huge, yeah? You know, be happy, be excited. Thank you so much. Yeah, you brought in such an exciting match for us to cast, yeah? There was a bit of an intense, long pause there. It was kind of like a build-up to the anime climax, yeah? That we were waiting in, and then you dished out that final damage. It was intense, If you could see us, it was... You had us sweating, yeah. The game was jumping back and forth, but you emerged victorious. It's just insane.
Leon, anything?
Okay. Yeah. I also like just to say congratulations for your victory. It was very well played, and I like how you plan your strategy, especially the mind games, because that's how it should be. It really comes down to this kind of world tournaments as well, and So yeah, do you have any tips for any new players or people who are interested in joining such big tournaments? Any tips for them?
Honestly, as long as you are playing a proper deck, I don't think there's any advantage. If you know how to open a crit, that's all it is for Vanguard. It's all about the triggers.
Okay, and I guess any other questions, Leon?
No, that will be all from me.
I guess any shout outs you want to give to anyone out there?
Shout outs. Yeah, I did talk to last week's AO second place Miss Great King for premium.
Oh,
yeah, he played Shadow, so I was like, I don't mind how to take your first place this time. bring Shadow to the top. He died unknowingly to trigger side, so I did the same.
All right, I guess that's all the questions. Congratulations, GG's. You did exceptionally well. And enjoy your 4 Crojet PRs.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess this is how you become a champion, guys. And everyone just give a clap to GG's. 8 in the chat. Patchy in the chat.
Well played.
Well played, mate. Well played.
Play more crits, guys. Play more crits.
That's right. And I guess with that is the end of the entire tournament, right? For V Premium. And that's not all. That's not the end. We still have a couple of other regions to go. Right? We've got EU, we've got NA with their top 8s. And then after a little break, what's next, guys?
Well, we're looking into Vanguard Standard right now. Yeah, I'm excited for this year. Yeah, it's gonna be coming in on January. In the first week of January. So guys, do stay tuned in. Join us back. The cast member. The gang is gonna be back. We're gonna be watching some Bruce. We're gonna be watching some prison.
Bastion?
Yeah, I'm gonna say Bastion. I'm going to see some orifices. Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah,
stay tuned. Yeah. January 8, January
Office.
9, and week 4, so don't forget to vote for your favorite series here as well in Weiss Schwarz. Following week, Swiss round on January 15, and January 16 you're gonna be looking into crowning the Weiss Schwarz Bro Champion.
And I mean, with that, Leon, any last words you want to say?
Okay. Although I have to say that next week I won't be here because I won't be commentating for Standard. However, my friend Kat from CVGS as well will be taking over instead. So yeah, I would like to thank everybody, the crew, and my dear commentators here as well for with me on this show. for this entire Bro event is very exciting to be able to comment for such an amazing event, to see all these amazing fighters who have put up such amazing battles for everybody to see, to learn, to be inspired. That's how it should be and have fun. And yes, so once again, thank you everybody for having me here today. Yep.
Thank you, Leon.
Yes, thank you so much.
Amar, any last words you want to say?
Well, to all the players, it's been exciting. Thank you so much. Yeah, you guys have kept us on the commentator seat, on the edge throughout the whole Swiss round. I knew coming into V Premium, there was gonna be a lot of exciting, spicy stuff to watch. You didn't disappoint. Yeah,
right.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much to the production team. Thank you so much to the judges. You guys work all around the clock, and especially to my fellow commentators here. Yeah, Leon, Kai. You guys have, we've had a blast, haven't we? We've seen all the new spicy tags. We've seen Prism dominance. We've seen Luard dominance as well. So
yes.
We're gonna be in. Well, shortly we're gonna be watching the EU side. Yeah, this evening. Yeah, you guys don't forget we have EU, we have NA right after. Do join us there as well. Yeah, give us support to our fellow commentators, to our fellow Vanguard content creators. We're always here to entertain. We're always here to give you guys the good stuff.
That's right. And yeah, stay tuned, guys. Have a break. The next couple of weeks there won't be any tournaments until January, right? That holiday break. Rest up. Get yourself ready for another 24 hours of gaming, or if you're not gaming, watching the games, right? But again, like Amar said, we still have EU coming up in around 3.5 hours ish. Yeah. And then we've got NA as well. So those top 8's gonna go. But that's it for AO for now. We have V Prim done, Premium was last week, all of that done. Now it's just standard coming in January. So I think we'll see you guys then. Me and Amal will see you then, and we'll have Cap from CVGS. CVGS, sorry.
Yes, it's okay.
Here as well. Thanks for watching. Thanks for everyone, all the judges, the production staff again as well. Just thanks to the viewers for just making this a very enjoyable time to cast and watch some great games. I guess that's it. We'll just do our sign off now, and
with that said,
later.
We'll see you guys later. Right. Bye bye.